the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
As we suspected, it was not an accident. That massive wildfire in Ocean County, thousands upon thousands of acres of burning in these wildfires. And even for those who've been able to return to their homes after being evacuated, the smoke fills the air. Firefighters working around the clock. And now, the breaking news this morning, as we have a 19-year-old charged with aggravated arson. Dan Borowski has pulled this latest news for us.
Investigators say the Jersey wildfire is arson. An Ocean County man's been arrested accused of setting wooden pallets on fire and leaving them to burn. Delaware is one of 12 states suing to stop President Trump's tariffs, calling them illegal. Donations.
So this breaking news, as this 19-year-old is now charged. The wildfires continue to burn Ocean County, as you know, Ocean Township, New Jersey. And he's identified as 19-year-old Joseph Kling, charged with aggravated arson and arson. So this guy, they took him into custody. They say this all started April 22nd. Well, it was 9:45 in the morning. They spotted some smoke coming from the area of Jones and Bryant Roads. This is in Ocean Township. Spotted that fire within some natural lands trusts, Forked River Mountains Wilderness area, the east side there of Jones Road. And then the fire obviously has burned about 15,000 acres, not fully contained, maybe 50% contained, with thousands evacuated, sparking thousands of power outages. And unbelievably, I don't remember this ever happening, with the Garden State Parkway, a major thoroughfare, shut in both directions. Obviously, we reported more than 24 hours ago, about 27 hours ago, that was reopened, but just causing such traffic headaches and emergencies. But in this one, they determined that this fire was caused by an improperly extinguished bonfire in one of them. They say the teenager later ID'd as Kling set the wooden pallets on fire, then left the area without the fire being fully extinguished.
I do have more from Tim Jimenez on KYW, Dawn. Here you go. Yes, Ian, 19-year-old Joseph Kling of Ocean Township is facing arson and aggravated assault charges. Officials say their investigation, including the use of GPS, pinpointed the start of the fire in the woods of the Forked River Mountains in Ocean County. Investigators say Kling set wooden pallets on fire and then left the woods without fully extinguishing the flames. Because of how dry it's been, the fire spread quickly. The wind's not helping things either. 15,000 acres have burned, according to officials, so they've bumped that number up since the overnight hours. They believe when it's all said and done, this could be, again, the largest wildfire in New Jersey in the last couple of decades. Kling is in Ocean County Jail, again, facing arson and aggravated assault charges, Ian. So much has happened, all this devastation in terms of the woods being burned. Fortunately, no homes were lost, but one business was lost during this wildfire, and they continue to keep at it to try to get this thing fully contained, and they're not there just yet.
And so in this one, think about this. This is a 19-year-old it sounds like in other words, he didn't mean to cause a wildfire, but that's irrelevant to authorities, and he's a teenager, but he's 19, so he's an adult, charged as an adult. He's in jail right now. He's in custody. These are very serious charges. And so they took him into custody. They arrested him. They actually released his mugshot. And as they continue to tell us about this, but it looks like he wanted to start a bonfire and then did not properly put the thing out. And that's just it. If you have a cell phone and they can figure things out, they can figure out who's in an area, and they can use that technology, and that will be used in court. So as he is processed and goes through the courts, we'll then learn more information about his intent, what happened here. But I'll say this. I mean, it's one of those things where you may feel horrible. You may be out and think, oh, we're going to start a little campfire, or you're in the yard and you want to do whatever. The problem is once these things start, you're going to be charged with felony arson charges.
Yeah, this guy's life's...
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
completely changed.
My God.
Yeah.
Horrible situation. You hate to...
Yeah.
But
19 too.
19.
Don. Yeah.
I mean, just a stupid mistake. I mean, I know, right?
What else do you describe it?
God.
Yeah.
Jeez. So, and by the way, remember that we had told you yesterday a state of emergency had to be declared. Usually they declare those states of emergency so they can tap into certain monetary funds, both at the state level and request some federal help as well. So I still do not. Here's the good news out of all of this. If you want to look for something positive, it's amazing to me that I don't see any reports of injuries. This, for firefighters, and especially today in the heat, it's going to be 81 degrees today. It's dry, but also just being a firefighter and working within such smoky conditions. Now, obviously, they're supposed to wear all their apparatus and headgear and all of that. It's so critical. And so I'm trusting that they're doing that just for their own health and safety. But it's, Dan, it's amazing to me that, and thank God for this. And it's a credit to all of these hardworking, the law enforcement, the local officials working with those firefighters, that they safely evacuated. I mean, at least 5,000 people, I believe, were evacuated.
It's a tough job.
Yeah.
And in the face of something like this, yeah, it's frightening. And to extend your credit to those law enforcement officers that were able to use GPS tracking technology. It sounds like something out of the movies or The Wire, that they were able to use essentially triangulation, right? I would assume to find this person. It's fascinating.
So they're able to, narrow it down, and so we'll follow it. Look, it's important, even when it's a horrible accident. That's what they're saying. It appears that this guy never intended, obviously, for this to happen, but it's important, and that's part of the reason they publicize it, just to remind all of us that in these tinder dry conditions, we all have to be careful. And they even said, don't even flick a lit cigarette, out the window, because when you do that and you throw it out on a roadway in the woods, God forbid it starts something.
And people need to be smarter, because Maisie and I will drive down to our parents who live out there all the way in Atlantic County, almost near the shore. And on our way, we drive through very rural areas, and oftentimes it'll be very dry and people will be doing their burn-offs out in the backyard. And it's like, I understand that you've been doing this for as long as you've been doing it, but maybe just pull back a little bit when it's as dry as it's been.
Yeah, and I'm a candle person. I have candles in the house, candles on the back patio, the citronella candles. They keep away the mosquitoes and bugs, and I love the scent of them. But even candles out on your back patio, like, you know what I mean? It'll surprise you how, especially a little wind picks up, and this is what happens.
It's funny you say that because we have tiki torches that we took completely off our property because it's like there's no way we're lighting these things anytime soon because we don't want to be caught up in something like this 19-year-old has been.
So we did have several road closures, and we were looking at that. I mentioned the Garden State Parkway. There was Route 9. Those have been reopened, but they've been watching this. Like Bryant Road is closed between certain roadways. Wells, Route 539, looks like routes like right around 532. They've had to on and off close some of these roads, just even getting apparatus back and forth. And the drone warning by the feds and the local officials, the FAA, still remains. They're just saying you can be charged if you fly a drone recreationally. I know people love to get the pictures. It does look like something out of one of those apocalypse movies, but they're saying, please, please do not fly a drone in this area because you put people in danger. They have to ground their flights with the the efforts for the firefighters by
Tell that to
air.
the aliens, Dawn. They're still flying their drones over Jersey.
God, remember that story?
It's still going on. Come on.
You know what's
It's
weird?
just the media silenced.
Well, here's what's weird about that.
Yeah.
It just shows you. I think conservatives are more likely as the conspiracy theorists. So when the Trump administration came out and said, nothing to see here, and then everybody went, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, that's I have to confess.
That's not cool. We can't just stop asking questions when the conservatives are like, yeah, no, it's
okay.
It's okay.
Trump said they're on it.
Yeah.
So nothing to see here. But yeah, we never really.
Did we ever
fully
what did you settle on with those drones?
I don't.
Aliens?
They didn't. No, they kind of said, "Oh, we're doing some testing. Nothing. Basically, no big deal.
Yeah.
Just trust us." And then you never heard another word. Think about it. That story went away.
It completely did.
Under the Biden administration, because under the previous administration, nobody trusted anything. And then Caroline Leavitt.
It's true what trust can do.
Yeah. And then Caroline Leavitt gets up there and says, well, Trump says, they're doing some testing and just trust us on this one. There's nothing to see here. And then everybody said, okay.
You know what truly happened, in my opinion? They were testing them. There were some odd lights in the sky, and a lot of people up in North Jersey were seeing it. And whether it's some defense company and around the Air Force Base, or whether it's a new technology of air taxis transporting people to and from the airport up there in New York City, that probably was going on. And then what happened is people started posting online what they thought were those lights that people were talking about, but they turned out to just be airplanes because they started paying attention to the skies, and that took hold. And then a lot of people became skeptics because all they saw were the airplane posts, and they're like, oh yeah, they were just all airplanes all along. But no, I do think you're right, Dawn. I think at one point there was some kind of testing or something weird going on up there, and people were seeing it, but then it kind of took hold as something else because people just started posting videos of airplanes.
Well, whatever happened to, and it was a Dom Giordano interview with Senator Jeff Van Drew.
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe we'll ask him again.
And I'll never forget this because I'm, a lot of times I'm working late. You know what I mean? I'm listening to you guys, and Van Drew drops this and says, "Well, there's a Iranian mothership that's missing from port. Maybe they have these drones being operated."
Okay, I want to be clear though. That was a really Business Insider did a report. There was a ship that was retrofitted for this purpose.
Yes.
As a drone launching ship that
What
was
happened?
missing from Iran.
Where's the mothership?
Where is the mothership?
Where's the mothership? I'm just asking for a friend.
So I know Van Drew was kind of, diminished a little bit after saying that, but all he said initially was that ship was missing, so could it be that? We'd like to get it investigated. And apparently it seems that the Trump administration has decided it's not Iran. They're not treating it as a hostile situation. But, yeah, I think it was a good question to ask.
It was in December, and no, he said more than that. He was drawing a link between the missing mothership that was retrofitted for the drones, and he was linking that with the Jersey drones.
Okay.
he definitely
That's fair.
he definitely linked it up there and sort of teed it up to allow you to believe that there was a link. I forget his exact word.
Yeah. Did they fully investigate it?
Well,
That's what I want to know from Andrew, to be quite honest, is, he did ask that question, and he, as you said, did make those ties. I don't think that's deniable, to be quite honest. So, what's the answer there?
The Pentagon at the time poo-pooed it, and then the Trump administration, by the time the Trump took over, and they said nothing to see here. They've been doing some testing, and then it was just dropped. I still think there's more to see. I think there's more to it.
Reboot the drones, Don.
I know. Let's reboot the drones. And does that have anything to do with Trump kind of losing patience? Is he gonna move in on Iran? Do you know what I'm saying? See, I think there's way more to the story.
Really?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Dun,
Wow.
dun, dun.
Ooh.
And I am not your usual conspiracy theorist. Maybe it's all of the meds that I'm on to try to talk live. I don't know.
What path am I leaning you down?
Because I've been drinking Dayquil. I'm taking the allergy meds. I don't know what this is, but it seems like it's a combo deal between allergies. Maybe it turned into a cold, so forgive my nasally tone.
Oh, I'm sorry that you're not feeling too well.
No, I'm fine. You know me. I'm fine.
Maybe it was just the Italy virus all along, as I suggested.
No, it started on Tuesday.
Yeah, which is enough time for the Italy virus to ingrain itself, and I don't know. Is that bad to call it the Italy virus?
Yes,
because I can't call.
yeah. If I were still in Italy, I wouldn't have this. Because I'd be eating that wonderful Italian
Maybe it's just
food.
all the pollution here that Americans
Yeah,
produce.
maybe so.
Yeah.
I know we have to take a quick break. You set up a great interview moving forward. And so we'll talk more about union jobs. It kind of leads itself, it ties together with talking about union jobs, talking about SEPTA, giving us the latest economic outlooks, tariffs, all of that. But it really plays into earlier in Kale and Company, we were talking about the fact that, working class individuals who are now more Republican, right, or Republican voters need the mail-in ballots. Because if you're working in a union job or you're just working in a day-to-day job, it's tougher to get out and vote on these off-year elections. So we'll weave that all in and talk about that as far as some good news, some encouraging data, thinking about Republicans, how they're voting, and the mail-in ballot, and an initiative. Because remember, we had told you Republicans had made a big this is the GOP, had made an investment to try to get more Republicans to do the mail-in ballot thing. And that was Linda Kearns, of course, really pushed for that. So it seems that's come to fruition. So we'll talk about all of that moving forward. Get your take, 855-839-1210. I was remiss this week. It was the Philly Fanatic's birthday this week.
What?
And I apologize that I didn't wish
You
our
missed?
Fanatic
Wow.
a happy birthday.
Look at you, Dawn. Horrible.
Love you. Best. I love the Philly Fanatic.
Do you?
April 21st, happy birthday.
Wow.
I felt terrible.
I would if I were you.
I know.
I didn't wish him happy birthday either, but I'm not going to admit that on air like you. That's terrible.
1978.
Horrible thing. Jeez.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Philly Fanatic. All right. We are going to take a quick break. Great stuff just ahead, and get your thoughts. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2.
Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
Happy National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. Dom Giordano for my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Group in East Norriton. It's important to know the difference between a regular dentist and a board-certified prosthodontist. It takes several exams over years to become board-certified. In fact, fewer than half of 1% of dentists are nationally board-certified prosthodontics. Let Dr. Bentz design a customized plan for your long-term oral health comfortably and conveniently. BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland reporting live to you, talking about all things Pennsylvania, Governor Shapiro's 2025 budget proposal. And our next guest says an extreme spending binge, as calling Shapiro's budget radical overspending. and really a massive, the biggest ever budget, right? Not in a great way. So we'll be talking to a policy analyst with the Commonwealth Foundation. And when I say next guest, I'm doing it's a deep tease. This is a deep tease, Dan.
What's a deep tease?
I'm deep teasing. That's a TV term. We go, let's deep tease. Which maybe you think I was saying something inappropriate to Dan Borowski. I would never do that.
Well.
Well. But Andrew Holman's going to join us.
Yes.
We were just debating because Dan looked up this picture.
Everybody, please.
At the Commonwealth Fund. Should you show it on the YouTube chat? So here's the question.
I want to say we're talking positively about the hair because it sounds like it's something negative.
He has a really great head of hair. Many men would envy.
Yes.
But should we ask him about the haircut?
Yes.
So that's our question to you pre-interview.
It's quite a mullet.
Yeah. So should we ask about this?
It might be the most glorious mullet I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. He's rocking it.
He is.
Temple grad.
And like honestly, he has the right facial structure for it. He looks good in it. It's just absolutely glorious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're proud. So he's he graduated Temple, top of his class, by the way.
Yeah, but you got a bone to pick.
I do. So he will be watching the draft like every other, especially in Pennsylvania here, all the Eagles fan. I'm sure he's an Eagles fan, but he's apparently.
He better be.
Well, he's a Boston Red Sox fan?
Really?
What the heck?
Oh.
How do you grow up in Pennsylvania and you're a Red Sox fan? How does that even happen?
Well, he's kind of the age, though, where he would have been coming of age as a baseball fan, where Big Papi was all over the place, and they were a very strong national presence.
So?
But we were also, that was just before, I guess. We were making World Series runs with Chase Utley and Ryan Howard. So you should be a Phillies fan, man. Come on, Andrew.
Yeah, we have to, but should we ask him about that? Because this is his first time on, because he's Andre Beliveau, who was going to join us the other day, probably has what I have.
Italy flu.
And maybe it's allergies, maybe it's not. But so it's the first time. So do you ask somebody, do you bust chops on the first interview?
I don't know.
Or do you wait for the second one? So let us know on the YouTube chat.
Do you want to go WWZD?
Okay.
What would Zioli do?
Yeah.
I think he'd probably bust on the first.
Yeah.
Gotta say.
By the way, did you see Zioli?
I heard.
Did you see that on?
How awesome is that?
That was awesome.
Are you talking the announcement that was made this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
is he bringing you again?
Oh, you know what?
You gotta lay into him.
I should show up.
Yeah. Tradition.
That'd be so much fun.
Yeah.
So Rich Zioli is going to be at the White House reporting live during his show. He's going to be there all day. So on Monday, and that's the same day that our Philadelphia Eagles are going to be there with President Trump.
How awesome is that?
It's fantastic.
I'm very jealous.
I should just be there so that when he...
I went yesterday. I'm very jealous that he's going there.
But when the president's about to hand him a Trump platter etched with 47,
I'll
just be right there to
that's the
scoop
thing.
it up.
What's going to happen this time? There's no one there to turn into
right?
black hole vortex of platters. And
maybe it'll be DeSantis.
He doesn't need platters. Have you ever used the platter?
Never. Nobody's touching my platter.
Where's your platter? Is it displayed?
It's displayed proudly in my home, right next to my, believe me, you know that I'm a Trumpaholic. I have the Trump teddy bear. I have the Trump, I have the Melania $2 bill.
I really picture your house like a museum, and you actually
I
have
know.
these in like a jewel case with a placard that
I have
says
all of it.
This is the platter that I stole from Rich Zioli.
And I didn't steal. The president always had intended it for me.
This is one of my 32 Emmys.
That too. All right, we'll take a quick break. Andrew Holman, Commonwealth Foundation. Seriously, he has a couple of takes, but the big one about our Pennsylvania budget. And hey, if you live in PA, you want to know about this and this budget, what it'll cost you. We'll be right back.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You know, when you look at this budget for Pennsylvania, you think about school choice, you think about what we're recovering from post-pandemic. And then the author of this great article that we'll get into, just really getting into the details of the nation's report card, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, that NAEP, some shocking numbers with regard to the proficiency of children in Pennsylvania. And looking at this bloated budget, let's welcome in now the great Andrew Holman, Commonwealth Foundation policy analyst.
Now, do I welcome him in with booze?
With what?
With booze?
With booze?
Yeah, like as in like booze because he's a
like
Red Sox
tequila?
fan. Like boo. Oh. No, like boo. Oh, you know what? I got a good intro. Hold on. Let me.
Okay.
Let me get this one going. Let me go.
Yeah, because you have to. This is your first time, so. There we go.
Boo.
Andrew Holman.
How you doing,
sir?
sir?
How are you? Good morning.
Doing well. Good morning. Good morning. I appreciate the intro. Go Sox.
Go Sox. Come on. You're a Pennsylvania guy. Philly, no. You're at the Temple University. How do you end up a Sox fan, man?
My dad's from Boston, so I grew up with it, and it was great growing up over the past few years. It hasn't been as good, except for my Celtics.
Are you? Do I ask him?
Are you an Eagles fan?
Yes, there it is.
I'm not an Eagles fan.
Oh, get him off the show, Don.
Man.
Oh, be out here.
See, I was going to ask you all about the serious stuff first, but we had to vet you
I had to get
as
it
the
there.
sports fan first, because it's draft day after all. So we had to have some fun first. Oh my goodness.
Understood.
Well, listen, we appreciate you. I know that you graduated top of your class at Temple University, criminal justice minor. What was your major? Can I ask that? What was your major at Temple?
Yeah. I was a political science major, believe it or not. I really appreciated my time in Temple's program.
All right. Yeah, great local school, unfortunately, in North Philadelphia. So we've had. Don't even start me. And so Commonwealth Foundation, you started in the fall of 2021, and you started with. Oh, you interned with the Americans for Fair Treatment and Gun Owners of America. So you're a Second Amendment guy.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, you think? Okay, so for our audience, that kind of counters the fact that you're not an Eagles fan, you're not a Sixers fan,
He's trying to sell you,
and you're not a Phillies fan, but he's a really strong Second Amendment guy
with a great head of hair.
You got that going for you.
Thank you.
So let's get to the budget. We had to get to know you a little bit, Andrew Holman. So take us through the budget. You've done, due diligence looking through this, but you call this basically an extreme spending binge, and then you go through what really I think the most poignant moment in the piece that you've written, Commonwealth Foundation, is looking at children, poor performance. So take us through what you see here with Shapiro's bloated budget.
Yeah. So I think it's, first of all, it's important to establish that right now the state is spending in a significant budget deficit, about $3.6 billion. And Shapiro's proposal, he proposes increasing state spending by 8.1% at a time where the state does not have enough money to cover the current level of spending. So as proposed, his budget would create a $4.8 billion budget deficit. It would exhaust our exhaust our general fund reserves and draw $1.6 billion from our rainy day fund reserves. On top of this, it does not include any significant school choice programs and this is something that he's campaigned on, improving opportunity for all of Pennsylvania's children, and it's not included in his budget proposal.
Yeah, it's amazing to me that he got, think about if a Republican, for example, had promised, and he even went on Fox News, remember, when he was running, but had promised all of the vouchers, school choice, etc., and then drew the line in that line item veto before and gets away with it, basically. We talk about this issue all the time, but it is amazing to me that nobody talks about that, and we need it. Go through, I'm going to jump ahead, I'll kind of spin around here, but Can you talk about the NAEP, the National Assessment and Education Progress Report Card, these numbers that you cite with the U.S. Department of Education, and you start with talking about Pennsylvania 8th grade students and whether or not their proficiency in math and reading, and then you go to Philadelphia looking at those numbers. Can you take me through those numbers? It's shocking.
Yeah, unfortunately, the nation's report card showed that 69% of Pennsylvania 8th grade students are not proficient at math, and an equal 69% are not proficient at reading. And unfortunately, it gets even worse in Philadelphia, where 85% of 8th graders are not proficient in math, and 82% are below proficient in reading. And unfortunately, again, these scores are a significant decline from the pre-pandemic performance levels.
Yeah, so, you call for the Lifeline, and that was something he had promised, the Lifeline scholarships. So in this one, I think what he's doing, because I don't really know how he can get this through, and you point out that, for example, that rainy day fund is not supposed to be used for new programs. So how does he do this without pushing through the marijuana? I think that, right, that's why he wants to do what other states have done to pay for their programs and bloat their budgets, is just to legalize the recreational marijuana.
Yeah, that's one of his proposals, along with a new tax on gains of skill. And while in theory these new taxes would boost revenue, the Independent Fiscal Office, kind of the fiscal watchdog of the state, found that Shapiro's revenue projections for these programs are actually a little bit overstated by about $4 billion over the next 3 years. So while he's proposed these things and he thinks they'll generate a certain amount of revenue, you never really know until it's implemented and you can see.
Yeah. So what the other piece of this is, you think about drill, baby, drill, right? Pennsylvania, that we are sitting on we are living on liquid gold, basically. And we hear that over and over from those on both sides of the aisle. And so, you suggest in your piece that, why don't they just focus on growing the economy, bringing back the jobs, as a lot of these jobs, we've seen them. They've left, they've gone south, and the regulations have been tough. So such that for all of those individuals who are trying to, make it in the energy sector, they've left. And isn't that the answer to grow the economy, as you suggest?
Yeah, absolutely. You look at the migration numbers, and Pennsylvania has actually lost residents to other states in 14 of the past 15 years. We've seen a total net loss of over 300,000 individuals leaving for states with more opportunities like Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas, those states with better economic opportunity, lower cost of living, and really, more options for families to thrive. So it would have been nice to see a bigger focus on that in Governor Shapiro's budget.
Yeah, and so in this one, in fact, you're talking about what the budget does include. $1.6 billion in corporate welfare spending. And take me through that, if you would. Some new programs that, as you point out here, could not be funded by a rainy day fund, right? Because he's saying these 5 new corporate programs, they would be new. Technically, you can't fund those with the rainy day fund that he wants to tap into, right?
Yeah, correct. This corporate welfare spending, a certain degree of it is already into the budget. I believe he proposes increasing it by about $100 million this year. And the fact is that these programs and these tax credits, they have a very poor return on investment. You look at some of the tax credits, most of them are returning less than 25 cents per dollar spent. And then some of these programs, they're benefiting some of the country's largest corporations like Netflix, Google, and Amazon that really do not need the support of Pennsylvania taxpayers.
And, so what Governor Shapiro, what he's saying is that his budget proposal, he says that he's all about Mr. Common Sense, that this is a common sense plan. He says it builds on 2 years of progress under him by solving more problems. And he says it makes Pennsylvania more competitive. You say what?
I would say that's not exactly true. In terms of competitiveness, we found that one of the most important things when you're looking at state-to-state competitiveness is tax rates. And as proposed, his $4.8 billion budget deficit would eventually necessitate a $1,900 tax hike per family of 4 in Pennsylvania. And, this is a time where other states are cutting their income taxes, cutting their corporate taxes, cutting their regulations and other business taxes. And if we're spending at a rate that's going to necessitate a tax increase, we're just not going to be competitive with those states.
Now, one thing that he pointed out, and he's saying, well, he actually does things like he makes Pennsylvania more affordable, for example, through making childcare more affordable and attracting workers in that regard. Do you think some of those programs that he's behind, that he's hailing, really can make that kind of difference?
They may to a certain extent, but looking at state-to-state migration data, which is really that's the nuts and bolts of attracting people to your state. The Tax Foundation does some great research, and they found that really taxation is the biggest reason Americans are consistently moving from high tax states to low tax states. Yeah. That's why states like California, the weather's great out there, but the taxes are so high that people are leaving. People are leaving states like New York, states like Pennsylvania, and they're moving to states like Florida, Texas, North Carolina, and South Carolina.
Yeah, you see that. And also, I think part of the reason you look at our energy bills here in Pennsylvania, I think on average, there have been reports that we pay, and I'm thinking about my PICO bill, we pay something like 42% more than a lot of these southern states like you're talking about. Wow. And obviously they have milder climates, so that's a piece of it, but also just the cost of energy. So I'm just countering, just to let you know, like I'm looking at one of the speeches that he gave about his budget. He says 170,000 more Pennsylvanians are working today than when he started his term 2 years ago. He says they've enrolled about 12,000 new apprentices. So they're giving young people the jobs in apprenticeships, and they have attracted more than $3 billion in private sector dollars. So what do you say to all of that? One of the themes in his speeches is Pennsylvania on the rise. Pennsylvania on the rise. In a lot of his speeches, that's a theme that he keeps saying, but are we really?
I would say no, we are not really on the rise. And I think it comes back to the spending and the migration. I think that tells the story. We are spending way more than we're taking in. We're burning our general fund reserves. The governor has plans to start burning through our rainy day fund reserves. And all this is going to necessitate a tax hike in the future. And we are continuing to lose residents to other more economically competitive states. And while we are, attracting people from less economically competitive states like New York and New Jersey, those gains are not enough to offset what we are losing to Florida, Texas, and the Carolinas.
And I also want to get to the bailout for failing mass transit systems that you talk about. So, I think this, for us in Philadelphia, or let's say Pittsburgh, people may say, oh, great, this is fantastic. We want our transit systems.
That's where I'm at.
Right.
Like where I'm at is I think we need a bailout, to be quite honest with you. And I'm curious what Andrew says to it, because you look at the trains here and you get the impression that SEPTA just doesn't have money to spend to fix what they've got going on. You got people shooting up on the trains. You got security issues left and right, and it's dangerous at this point to ride trains. So is it not healthy to fund SEPTA to give them, more help to secure our trains? Where does Andrew stand there?
Yeah, I think, if the state were under different financial circumstances, it may make sense. But the truth is, SEPTA is operating at a $200 million plus budget deficit, and the state is operating at a $3.6 billion plus deficit. So really, there's not enough money to go around because of the way we've spent our money in the past. Taking a bigger look at SEPTA, they're actually already more reliant on state funding than other similar-sized mass transit agencies. I was looking at some FTA data, that's the Federal Transit Administration, and of mass transit agencies with over $1 billion in operating costs, SEPTA actually receives the fourth largest share of state funding. State funding accounts for about 45.4% of SEPTA's operating budget. And along the same lines, SEPTA actually receives the third smallest share of funding from fares. That's about 20%. And, you look at ridership data, ridership is still down compared to pre-pandemic, and SEPTA is going through those safety issues that you mentioned. So I think, along those lines, the state simply does not have enough money to bail out SEPTA with our multi-billion-dollar budget deficit. And while, I feel for the people in the Southeast who rely on SEPTA to get to work, get to their jobs, et cetera, the fact of the matter is that if the state continues to spend money this way, the entire state's going to really be feeling the pain from that.
Yeah, and I think people, unless you're in the city or, it's an advantage to you, like Pittsburgh or Philadelphia, I think everybody else in the state says, why are we basically, the taxes go up, or why are we paying billions to bail out a system that we can't use? And so I think that becomes a thorn in people's side.
And there's a lot of misguidedness to SEPTA's leadership. I'm not going to put this in our guest's mouth at all, but there's been projects proposed that would spend tons of money. It just seems like the budgetary money that's going towards SEPTA in some cases is just being directed in the wrong direction. So maybe that whole security issue could be fixed within. So I hate to trash my own point from earlier, but after hearing what he says, I mean, I kind of vibe with it, you know?
Well, here's what I would ask out loud. When you think about, let's say, Europe, you think about getting a Euro pass, and you can travel through Europe, all of Europe. Imagine if we could do this in America. We have this amazing country, this beautiful nation. And imagine if we had an America pass, that you had a train system, like a monorail or whatever, that you had a train system that then you could tap into, not just for urban areas, but for the entire country. That would help with tourism. It would help with so much. And for anybody worried about the environment, obviously it's cleaner, to have people travel in that regard rather than fly or drive their SUV.
Private industry hasn't kind of taken it upon itself to do something in that manner.
So, I mean, I just think that the bottom line on this is that we have a system that's archaic. I think that's a piece of it. But also I will point out that what the city of Philadelphia, and part of this, and to me it's a sin, is that our school children here, middle school and all high schoolers, every high schooler does not have a school bus. Like every kid in the country, as far as in the suburbs, basically has door-to-door service with that yellow school bus that drops them off and all of that. And part of the reason for that I see is that in fact it's not a cost-saving thing. It's so that SEPTA has guaranteed customers, our school children.
Wow. Yeah.
And so that's the price our kids in Philadelphia, and I'm a longtime Philadelphia resident, and so our kids pay that price because they have to ride SEPTA middle school, high school level, and then you're not really feeling safe, and then you have kids shot at on the or victimized or targeted by thugs while they're waiting on a SEPTA platform. And so I would just add that.
And in the report, the Commonwealth Foundation does make it clear that they do recognize the benefit of transportation funding. But as our guest said, it's just there's such a deficit in Pennsylvania. But I do wonder, is there a future that the Commonwealth Foundation sees for public transit, or like how do you see them recovering then, Andrew, if not from state funding?
Yeah, I think, for SEPTA, it's kind of important to look internally. I know a few years ago there was a lot of talk about the bus revolution, where for the first time in 50 or 60 years, they were actually stopping and taking a look at the bus services that they were offering, kind of evaluating them, seeing if it's the most efficient way to serve the customers, and seeing if there was any room for improvement. And that bus revolution actually made it pretty far, up until the point where it was ready to be implemented, and it would have represented significant cost savings for SEPTA. But they paused the implementation, citing that they did not have enough money to implement the cost-saving measure of the bus revolution, which doesn't make much sense to me. But I think, it was a good step in kind of taking a look at what they're offering, how they can improve it, how they can make it more efficient, and how they can create a better product for those customers. I think that's going to be the way forward for SEPTA.
All right. Well, listen, it's great to meet you. Commonwealth Foundation, you can read it's a great article, and you've got a lot of details, a ton of information in here. Really appreciate it. So as far as the haircut goes, just to end on this, Dan says you've cut it a little bit or reshaped since the official headshot for the Commonwealth Foundation there.
Yes, it was completely cut down. I'm growing it out again.
Good.
Wait, you completely cut off I thought you just trimmed it down. Like you actually went like full on head shave or what? Wow.
Yeah, I was rocking like a fade for a little bit, pretty much no hair on the sides, but it's grown out again, and the mold will be back next week.
I was telling Dawn, it's honestly one of the most glorious mullets I've ever seen, and you have the facial structure that really works with it, and you rock it well. So I suggest growing it back, brother. It looks good.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew Holman, Commonwealth Foundation. We really appreciate you, and what a great sport you've been to. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
He was a good sport. Dan and I were feeling it out there.
Yeah.
But that was fun.
I mean, should I put his picture up on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Put the picture up. Let's see.
Public, right?
I wanted to we should have Zoomed with him so everybody could Well,
that's the thing. Yeah, we really should have. I actually was going to say that initially, that this is proof that we really need to start inviting these people on Zoom. Did you have Kustarumbas on Zoom this morning?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can get that going then.
So that'd be fun.
Sweet.
Who has better hair? There's hair envy.
There is, from me.
Do
you have hair envy on him too?
No.
No.
Although
you have beautiful hair though.
I have thick hair like this.
Yeah.
See.
YouTube.com/
great guy.
at 1210 WPHT. That is the picture of our previous guest, Andrew Holman. And as you can see, I think it works well with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I say that genuinely.
Yeah. No, it's
hand to heart.
I mean, the numbers that he gives in that study, it makes me so sad to see these, especially for Philadelphia. We have great kids here, smart kids. And the fact that, this is like a scam, basically, that we're paying among the most per child in the entire country, if you think about that.
Yeah.
If you add everything up, state level, local level, and then federal funding, and the fact that these kids in Pennsylvania and especially in Philadelphia, in the 80% range where they can't read at grade level, oh my God.
It's absolutely nuts to me because I often talk about how I recognize the privilege that I have of going to school out in Indiana where they have property tax caps, so they can't charge much on property tax, and somehow the education system is so put together that my high school, and I often say this, had a natatorium. I don't even know how to pronounce the dang thing, but an Olympic-sized swimming pool in our high school. We had
Amazing.
8 gyms. It looked like something out of a movie, and somehow, some way, a red state's able to keep taxes low and make this happen for their kids. And somehow, some way, here in Philadelphia, we have the Philadelphia Eagles quarterback donating air conditioning systems so our kids can go to school when it's hot outside.
It's a sin. And you know what? To your point, we're at that time of year where we're going to start next month, especially where they're canceling school or letting school out at noon.
Yep.
Because it's really uncomfortably hot in some of these schools, and then they're like nasty, they stink and they're musty. It's really unfair, and I can't believe people put up with it. 855-839-1210. Quick break. Be right back.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
The bees are buzzing, the birds are chirping, and the bats are cracking. Spring is here, and there's no better way to enjoy spring's arrival than with your favorite cocktail from Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. This month, head to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and enjoy $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of Jack Daniel's and Jack Daniel's flavors. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack & Coke or Jack & Coke Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and all number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, bless my soul, what's wrong with me? I'm itching like a man on a fuzzy tree. My friends say I'm acting wild as a bug. I'm in love. I'm all shook up.
All shook up. Love Linda Kearns, love Elvis. Our friend Linda is in the house. As we look at, I think we have reason to celebrate Linda Kearns because we have some new data with the PAGOP saying that the investment by the GOP and getting Republicans to get out there and do a mail-in ballot looks like it's working. You've been talking about this for a long time. How are you, my friend?
I am doing well, and welcome back.
Thank you.
How was Italy? Was Italy just as good as you thought it was going to be?
Oh, my gosh. It was amazing. I have a little something for you. When you went to Italy, you brought me your olive oil, which I love.
Amazing.
Yes. So thank you so
delicious.
much. Yes. So, but it was wonderful, Linda. Thanks for asking. I have this cold.
Okay, well,
I don't know why I have the cold or allergies or whatever it is. So
Yeah.
excuse my nasal.
It's the Italy flu.
No.
Yes.
Well, before we get to the election data, I have booked, I try to go to, and this is so embarrassing, but I do try to go to Graceland every couple of years, and I did already book my trip for this summer, so maybe I can call in live to your show from Graceland. Should we arrange something like that?
That would be awesome.
That would be amazing.
We could do a little Zoom. I can stand out in Elvis's meditation garden and call into the show.
I love it.
Are you kidding
Please.
me? Yeah, let's do it.
That'd be huge.
Jeez, I'm really leaning into this whole Elvis thing. I
Yes.
mean, it's all out there. Everybody knows, so I can't hide it anymore.
I love it. We're all shook up. So let's
Before you go on,
Oh,
do you
what?
have any obsession that rivals her obsession with Elvis?
With Elvis? Huh.
Actually,
I don't
might
know.
have one. I might
Huh?
have one to put in
You
your
may
mouth.
know it.
Yeah. President Trump?
Yeah, I'm a Trumpaholic.
I don't know.
Well,
I have Trump memorabilia.
In my house, I have a guest room for when people stay over, and it is all decorated in Elvis. It's just like an Elvis
Oh my
shrine.
gosh.
And my family, I mean, everybody's just kind of used to it now. They're like, oh yeah, we're staying in the Elvis room. But yeah,
Don't know if you're listening earlier, though,
totally gone over the
Linda.
edge.
It did come out that Dawn does indeed have a shrine of past memorabilia of her radio history, including the platter she stole from Rich Ziola.
Oh, yeah. I did not.
I heard her talking about that.
President
Well, she
gave it to
deserved
me.
that.
Yes.
And she deserved that platter.
By golly. But in any event, let's move on. Now, Linda, you have talked for so long about the importance of Republicans getting on board with mail-in ballots. And it looks like that investment, now I'm forgetting when the investment with the GOP, and they invested millions, I believe. You had reported this a while back. But it looks like that investment is paid off.
Right. So, absolutely, because getting people out to vote takes just a lot of different methods. It takes a lot of different people working on it. And in 2024, we didn't just worry about getting people out to the polls. We worried about chasing the mail ballots. We wanted to increase voter registration. I had this really massive poll watcher recruitment effort, and then also recruiting observers to watch the ballots being counted. And when all of that activity is going on, it was kind of hard to just even, take a step in Pennsylvania without hearing something about the election. And all of that activity does remind people that there's an election, and it helps really the get out the vote effort. So it's really an all-in project. It's never just one thing that happens that increases the turnout. It's everything all together. But we did do a very intense effort to get people to return their mail ballots, because what you want to do when you're getting people to return mail ballots, you don't want to kind of, cannibalize people that you were already going to vote. Like, you don't want to just shift people who are going to vote on election day over to mail balloting, and then you're working with the same pool.
Right.
What you want to do is get those low propensity voters, the people who might not otherwise vote or who are only like a 50-50 chance that they're going to vote. So that's why that effort is so important. But I do want to remind listeners, if you look at the results from the presidential in 2024, 72% of our voters voted on election day. Only 27, almost 28% voted by mail. So we can't, when we're talking about mail balloting, and it's very important, but we can't forget that the majority of our voters still do vote on election day, both Republicans and Democrats.
But I would say this, that when we look at the shift now, because there are so many more people who are union members, working people who work with their hands, electricians, plumbers, and that sort of thing, that seem to have said, boy, the Democrat Party left me, and they voted for Trump. And so those individuals, I believe, are the ones that's the concern, because if you're working day to day, it's hard to get. I mean, I say this all the time when people say, oh, haha, so Republicans lost so-and-so, off your election. I'm like, yeah, because we Republicans, we're working, and we're really busy, and we work long hours. And sometimes, believe it or not, it's hard to get out there if you're doing in person. I think that's why, Linda, it's important for those individuals to do the mail-in, because I would assume that you would then keep those people. They're not people who would have voted, like you're saying, in person, right?
Right. Yeah, those are the people. We're all classified by campaigns. All of us voters are classified. Like, I'm a 4-4, you're a 4-4. That means we voted in 4 of the last 4 elections. So when we target voters, we know that you and I are going to turn out to vote. But then people are classified as 1 of 4s, 2 of 4s, 3 of 4s. And it's those low propensity voters, those 1 of 4s, those 2 of 4s, that we want to encouraged to vote by mail, because there's a good chance that they might not show up on election day. So that's kind of how the deep dive in the data is done, to make sure that we get every single voter out. And in some of these local elections, off-year elections, there just unfortunately is not that the money, the resources to do that type of thing that we have in the presidentials, unfortunately. And I always say there are no safe elections. You just never know what's going to happen, and you have to treat every election that it's the most important thing in your life, because it is, and you just never know what's going to happen.
So what do you see next as far as, when you look at the numbers and the new data, and earlier on Kale and Company, I don't know if you heard, but Afan Kutsarumbas was on with Nick Kale telling us about the new data and the Pennsylvania mail-in ballots. So he was talking about it. I just thought, man, this is Linda's wheelhouse. This is what you've been talking about, looking on from the inside. But when I look at it, Linda, Democrats still, even though their numbers are down, it's still like almost 66% of Democrats do the mail-in ballots, whereas even though the Republicans are way up, they're still only at 26+%. Are there new investments to put out the word with the GOP to get more Republicans on board with doing mail-in ballots?
Well, in a year like this, Dawn, this is a state and local issue, so it depends on the state party and the local parties to make sure that they get out the vote in these elections. And I hope the efforts made. I'm not involved with the state or local party, but this year we have judicial elections. We have 2 statewide elections as far as a seat on the Superior Court and the Commonwealth Court, and then we have the retention elections for the Supreme Court, where when we elect a Supreme Court justice in Pennsylvania, they have a 10-year term, and after 10 years we can say yes or no. So this year we can say yes or no for 3 Supreme Court justices. Those justices are Democrat justices, so we, the voters, can say no, and then they would be removed. Now, that is so rare that happens, and these elections usually don't have the type of get out the vote efforts that the presidential does. So that's going to be a hard thing to do this year, to get justices unseated.
Yeah, and that's my question to you, but because I think a lot of people don't realize the split between a state level run GOP and then Trump Force. So Trump Force 47, when people locally, and I went to a bunch of those different meetings and you did too. And so when you think of Trump Force 47, that was the national campaign that you're involved with, right? That not the
right, the Republican National Committee, and then whenever the candidate is picked. So when Trump officially became the candidate, then kind of it all merges, into one, and it's the RNC and the candidate. So that's that's the national level, and usually there's a lot more resources. They have a lot more fundraising capability, but all over the country, the RNC works with the local parties, and the local parties have to have their act together. And the RNC does help as much as it possibly can. But, in these off-year elections, we do depend on the local parties to do all the get out the vote efforts, to continue to register voters, to make sure that we have poll watchers, make sure that we have poll workers. So it's a huge effort that the local parties and the state party needs to undertake. And sometimes when I see maybe the parties like putting things out on Twitter, and I think that's great, or X, I know the name's changed. I think that's great, but not everybody looks at Twitter. Not everybody looks at social media. You have to get out voters with many, many different methods, and that's what we tried to do. We didn't just depend on radio appearances or social media. I mean, we were out in the community. We were, hosting events. There's direct mail. There's making phone calls to voters. So it's really an all-encompassing effort. It's not just one method to get the voters out.
Now, let me ask you something. Is there an impact as far as the Real ID deadline that's happening where people are required to get this Real ID? In other words, does that somehow impact the voting in Pennsylvania? Because theoretically, it's tougher to get a fake ID. Does that because we've heard about having to clear these voter rolls. You've talked about it. There have been, journalists who've done investigative reports on both sides of the aisle, quite, even non-political. But is that the Real ID coming to fruition finally after 6 years? Because it was put off due to the pandemic. Does that have an impact?
Well, driver's licenses in general have an impact. And that's because, as we all know, Governor Shapiro had enacted what's called automatic voter registration. And at the time, all the conservatives were absolutely up in arms. Like, how could he do that? And basically what he did was he entered in an executive order that says when you go to get your driver's license, previously we were asking you if you wanted to register to vote. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say we're going to register you to vote unless you opt out. So unless the person at the DMV opted out, they would be registered to vote. And people were so upset about that. And I understand why, because I don't think that's good policy. I don't necessarily think the government should be that, strong-handed in getting you to register to vote. However, I do think, and I think Shapiro is realizing this, that actually helped Republicans, because if you really look at the data and you compare voters in, say, Philadelphia and Allegheny County, and then with the voters of all the red counties, it does appear that we started to gain a lot more voters in those red counties. Why? Well, those people in those red counties need something that a Philadelphian doesn't necessarily need, and that's a driver's license. So there's probably more people in all of these red counties out and get driver's licenses because they have to drive everywhere they go. So it's usually the first thing you do when you're of age. Whereas when you live in an urban area, not everyone's getting driver's licenses right away because not everybody drives, not everybody has a car. So I think a byproduct of that executive order was actually that we ended up registering more Republicans. And so if more people are now going to the DMV to get their Real ID, it really depends on who's getting drawn there to get the Real ID. Is it going to be more Republicans or more Democrats? But I don't think it's going to have any real effect on the voting, just because now we don't have voter ID, so your ID doesn't really impact that part of the voting.
Yeah, we still don't have it. Well, it's fascinating. What else is going on with you? So we'll find, when are you going to Graceland?
August. It's planned for August. So yeah, I'll get all that with Dan. But
this is going to be big.
Yeah, my pilgrimage. But I also think people. I know that we won the election. Believe me, I know. I was heavily involved. But half of the country voted for the other side, and I think we just cannot forget that. And when you look at the voter registration statistics here in Pennsylvania, one segment that's really, really growing by leaps and bounds is the independents. So Democrats are losing, voters. We're gaining a few, but we're also, a lot of people are deciding, you know what, I don't want either party. And those are the voters that we're going to have to convince, because a lot of these statewide elections are won on the margin. So, those are voters who haven't really committed to either party. So that's a big deal. And a lot of people are still out there, they absolutely despise either Trump or Republican or conservative. And, those voices are pretty strong. So we really can't forget that. Like, the battle is not won.
Well, when you look at this, who are those independents? What's the demographic on the more and more people who are, and I know that we've thought about being an open state as well. I don't know if there's still a conversation I have to look back. There was a conversation at one point to make it so that Pennsylvania, much like I think Minnesota was like this, where in other words, you can vote for either side. You don't have to register Republican or Democrat, but we have it so it's closed.
Right. We have what's called closed primaries. So we have a primary in May, and you can only vote in the primary for your party. So I'm a registered Republican, so I can only go and vote in the Republican primary. So there is some talk about opening up the primaries, and what that would mean is that you can, on election day in the primary, no matter how you're registered, you can choose which primary you want to vote in. I, as a policy matter, do not agree with that. I don't think that that's a good idea. I think that we have parties for a reason. Yeah. And if you want to vote in the Republican primary, then vote as a Republican or register as a Republican. Same if you want to vote as a Democrat, register as a Democrat. And if you don't want to register for either party, I understand that, but that means that you're not part of that party, so you're not going to vote in the primary. Now, there are, a lot of voices out there that want to change that. We'll see. I mean, it takes a long time for things to get through the legislature, so we'll see what happens on that. With regard to the people that I call independents, I was really lumping everybody together, because it's not just people who don't choose a party. Some of these people choose Libertarian or Green Party. So, when I say that segment is growing, the numbers that I was talking about are really that's everybody who's not a Democrat or Republican. And it's really jumping. Like in 2022, we had a little less than 15% of the Pennsylvania electorate was not a Democrat or Republican, 14.98%. By 2024 election, it was 15.9%. That was a whole percentage point of the electorate that decided, they're not going to be Democrat or Republican. And percentage points are how these elections are won and lost in Pennsylvania, these statewide elections. So we have to keep an eye on those independents, or are we as a party, are our policies speaking to those people, because we need their votes too. But we can't forget that. I know, obviously it sounds like you have a Trump shrine in your house by what you were talking about this morning on the radio, but not everybody feels that way. And right. So we really have to fight for every election.
So just to be clear, so as far as Pennsylvania, because we're one of 10 states, that in other words, if those people are registered as an independent, they would not be able to vote in the closed primary system, right? If it's
right. So if they're in a county, say where there's a ballot question on the ballot or something else, there's still something for them to vote for. But no, they cannot vote as a Democrat or Republican. And when you hear people talk about that, they say, "Oh, those people are disenfranchising. We're denying them the right to vote in the primary." But we're not. If they want to vote in the primary, choose a side, choose a color. I'm going to be Democrat or Republican, and candidates depend on a lot of data to figure out who their voters are. We have parties for a reason, and if you just let anyone vote in a primary, it really dilutes the strength of the party. And and I think in Pennsylvania, what's happening is the Democrats want to see open primaries and it could to try to dilute the strength of the Republicans. And I don't think as a policy matter, that's a really good idea.
Well, we'll leave it there. Linda Kern, thank you so much. It's so great to chat with you, and this is so important. So thanks for keeping it alive in our minds. Thank you.
Dawn, welcome back. And Dan, thank you for playing the most awesome walk-up music of any guest on your show.
Yeah, that's debatable. Yeah. We did have Sweet Caroline for our last guest. I'd say that's better than Elvis.
No.
Yeah.
And now we'll do the outro.
Now we got to do it again.
Love Linda.
Thank you.
Pretty Linda. And I love the idea that Linda has. So in August, Live with Linda.
Live
takes us to Graceland.
I love it.
That'll be awesome. Fantastic. Man, this cold or allergies, whatever this is. I'm sorry I sound so nasally. But the independent voter registration, that growth is what's concerning here. The rise in, you're looking at 1/3 people. And so that number continues to rise. That data is something to watch. So I think Linda's on to something, as always.
Is it concerning, though, in a world, though, where I think conservatives have a better chance of capturing the independent voter than Democrats? Because Democrats continue to go down that radical path that they've continued and offering,
maybe.
Support to anti-Semites and
maybe.
the whole trans issue. I think that's driving, independent voters towards the right. So,
yeah, and maybe, Dan, maybe to your point, a lot of people just don't want to pick a lane. They feel the Democrat Party left them.
Yeah.
But maybe they're in transition and they're not quite ready to go to the R. So they just do the I. They're transitioning.
Yeah.
So we got to help them complete the transition.
Uh-huh.
There it is. All right.
I like what you did there. That was good. That's good.
855-839-1210 is the number to call. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Got to hear about some great vehicles there.
Yes, Piazza. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. They do feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. These are some of the most beautiful, powerful vehicles on our roadways. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And these models, with their sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available for you across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships for Piazza. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Crews are making progress in containing the wildfire in Ocean County, New Jersey that spread more than 13,000 acres. Delaware County officials say Crozer, Chester, and Taylor hospitals plan to shut down entirely May 2nd. And the Philly Zoo is holding a naming contest for its endangered tortoise hatchlings.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Take Mom to Gallows for Mother's Day. The family will enjoy a sumptuous meal at Gallows in the Northeast. Go online now, gallowsandburgerbar.com. An incredible variety of homemade food, delicious soups, delectable clams casino, sweet and spicy salmon, the best chicken parm, all from their scratch kitchen. Visit Harv's Burger Bar. Get the French onion burger or the Harv's burger, the shrimp mac and cheese. Quality, variety, and value. Visit Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar, gallowsandburgerbar.com. Ask about their beautiful event space for your next gathering, gallowsandburgerbar.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Weather sponsored by Garden State Earthworks.
We'll hit the low 50s overnight. Tomorrow, going to be a beautiful day. High 81, mostly sunny. Friday, 81 again. A few more clouds, though. Saturday, 75, and we're expecting rain. Sunday, it'll cool off a little bit with a high of 72, but lots of sunshine.
You have water on your property giving you a headache. Soggy yards, damp patio, floating, wrinkling pool liners, water invading your home? Call Garden State Earthworks, your drainage solution, at 856-848-4444.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me, I was in it.
There's so much going on today. We've talked about a teenager in custody, jailed right now, facing very serious felony arson charges, accused of starting that massive wildfire that continues to rage in New Jersey, Ocean County, with the winds blowing toward New York, and many alerts, health alerts for people, especially those with asthma or breathing issues, or the elderly or the very young. But as well, it's impacting millions of people as it blows toward New York, away from Pennsylvania.
Can I put this out there?
Yes.
855-839-1210. If you happen to be affected by this, please call us. We'd love to hear what's going through your mind as you figure out what to do here.
Thank you. That's perfect. There's also another story about, and this is, we hear more and more with stories about cancer. And cancer is not that death sentence that we used to think of it, right? Think of it as. Researchers now say they believe they have found the reason for this alarming spike in colon cancer, especially among young people, and it could be linked to things they're exposed to in their childhood. So it's really a new study, and it's suggesting, a couple of years ago we started hearing about a healthy gut and your gut bacteria, and is that healthy? And that's a big thing right now that we're all talking about. Just yesterday, I went into that whole story talking about the mitochondrial defects caused by environmental cause and things in our foods. That is why the Trump administration is trying to make all of us healthier again by taking certain additives out of our foods, whether it's preservatives, whether it's certain types of pesticides that are used to grow crops, etc. But in this study, they say that a gut-dwelling bacteria may actually be behind this surge that we've seen in early onset colorectal cancer cases. So it's colobactin, that's the name of this specific toxin, and it's produced by certain strains of E. coli, which thrive in the colon. And so this is something that they've identified. And so what they're saying is that if we have a healthy gut, especially our kids, then they can fight this off. And then, in fact, this very bacteria in the gut can lead to, or maybe make it a friendly environment, let's say, for it to grow into a cancer and be one of the triggers for something like colon cancer, which, as we know, that's a bad one.
So I'm sure the doctors can figure out that you have something going on here, give you something, and potentially prevent something from developing here? Is that the end game?
And especially because they're saying, they're looking at this saying, although I will say colorectal cancer, it seems like it ran in families, because some people will say, my dad had this or my granddad had this, so they really watch it.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, they saw this spike, and worldwide, by the way, not just in America, but worldwide. And so the American Cancer Society had put out that the numbers of people under the age of 55 diagnosed basically doubled over the past decade. Wow. So you can't just blame it on the pandemic. You can't just blame it on one thing. They're looking at a decade.
Wow. I did get permission from our colleague here who did recover from cancer at one point, and that being Jim Kelly. And Jim, I'm curious, do you know what was yours of family history that led to what happened with you? Was there, or did you just treat it, and what's going on there?
I don't believe it was family history, but what was happening what was happening to me is I was noticing some issues, and I knew at age 48 I was due to get a colonoscopy. And when I had the colonoscopy is when they discovered it. And after that, we decided to work on a few treatments. We did radiation. I had a major operation in February of 2019 at Cooper Hospital. By the way, me and Rich Zioli, we share a commonality. We both lived on Cooper Jello for a couple of days. There's nothing better than Cooper Jello, by the way. But after that, it was a lot of chemotherapy, and then they reversed everything. I still sometimes feel the after effects of it, but fortunately, I've been very lucky that it has not come back. But it's probably something that's been developing for the longest time, because you never know that you have it. It's probably something that's been going on in your body all for a long time. And I remember one day here, I was having an issue, and one of our colleagues drove me to Lankenau Hospital. I thought everything was okay, but it could have been developing then.
Oh, wow.
So,
well, that kind of goes, I mean, what they're saying is that colobactin leaves behind this DNA fingerprint on colon cells. And so let's say...
So we can...
Yes.
So if you're predisposed to this, then you can...
Yeah.
So let's say, your child, as a child, somebody gets sick, they get a little diarrhea, or they have what they think is like a vomit virus. So then maybe what happens is with that E. coli, it actually damages and it leaves behind this DNA fingerprint.
That's frightening.
So they now can test this.
That's amazing.
It looks like what they'll do is, let's say you bring your kid in, they have like what seems like a little virus. They bring them in. They can test for that DNA fingerprint, because that one it specifically will basically damage the colon cells, and so that makes it friendly, if you will, a better estuary for growing those colon cancer cells.
Wow.
So
that's fascinating.
To Jimmy Kelly's point, I don't know if you had a lot of stomach viruses when you were a kid, but what they're basically saying is that's how it could have, grown within you.
it's possible. In this world, as we talk about things going on with RFK and food ingredients, and it could be caused by a number of things that have been going on over the years. We're not exactly in the healthiest of cities.
Yeah.
I travel on the Paco high-speed line. That's a story within itself. There's something worse than COVID growing out of the Paco speed line, to be honest with you. So anything is possible. And I'll be the first one to admit, I don't exactly eat the best. I won't lie, I work in radio. I live on coffee.
Crazy hours, yep.
It's true.
Crazy hours. You live on coffee, or you're doing this, or you're doing that. And I'll admit it, I probably caused some of this damage.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what they're saying. There are a lot of factors like diet, like inflammation. We keep hearing these same things over and over. The healthy diet, the healthy veggies and fruits, whole foods, but also inflammation in the body, and then the obesity.
This petrifies me because I go through stomach issues from time to time, and I see what Jim's gone through. And I mean, Dawn, do you know whether or not this is something, right? Is this experimental phases? Can I go to the doctor and see if he can
it looks like they've
test me for this?
Well, it looks like they
maybe I'm
have...
just being a hypochondriac. I don't know, but it feels like something. It feels like almost if they can do this, if they're able to take cells out of the body, look and almost as important as other things that we do, like the colonoscopy and all, or maybe breast cancer screening that we are so serious about. Maybe we get serious about something like this as well.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's paranoia, to be honest with you. I think when you have these type of feelings going on, definitely get them checked out.
Follow
Don't
your
wait.
instincts.
Follow your instincts, because you just never know. And in this day and age, everybody gets paranoid. I'm not feeling good. Do I have COVID? There's something going on here. Do I have this? And it happens to a lot of people. Be safe and have it checked out.
Thank you, brother.
Because it certainly saved my life.
I'll follow your advice. I'm happy you're still here, brother.
Yeah. Thank God.
Happy you made it through.
And thank God for our friends at Cooper University Hospital. They took good care of you, Jimmy.
Dr. Maz. The only thing though about Cooper, about my stay there is I hate being called Mr. Kelly even more than before, because all I heard at Cooper Hospital was, Mr. Kelly, I know you're sleeping. Mr. Cowie, we're here to check your vitals.
You're like, no, go away.
Mr. Cowie, are you awake? No, I just slept about 2 hours ago. Mr. Cowie, I hate being called Mr. Kelly even more so, but.
All right, Mr. Kelly, we got to take a commercial break. I'm just teasing you. No, we love Jimmy Kelly, and thank God.
Mr. Kelly is a great guy.
Yes, he's a great guy. We're glad you're okay. Hey, if you've, I want you to think about this. How's the house looking? This is the perfect time right now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, this is the time. Chapman, my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they have something for you. They're offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding, as well as Certainty vinyl siding. And siding, it's important, not just for the beauty, not just for the curb appeal, but obviously it provides that protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. So maybe you're thinking about the fiber cement siding, maybe the vinyl. Either one is a high quality choice. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. They've had me covered for many years. And they've been around. They're local, family owned and operated, and family founded, if you will. 30 years ago, founded their business in Chester County. The Chapman family team completes every single project with such care and such precision. They're always going to go that extra mile to work with you on the different styles, all the options that best fit your home as well as your budget. And by the way, they're also offering 18-month interest-free financing for you. Do not put this off. Take advantage. 15% off today. Do it. Call. You can text 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell Dawn St.
Hey, it's Joe the Camera. April showers bring May flowers, but bald tires, well, that brings trouble on slick spring roads. Worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Don't chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. United Tire and Service, locally owned and operated. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Bentz. It's National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. Did you know your teeth can be affected by congenital conditions such as ectodermal dysplasia or cleft lip and palate? And they can lead to a variety of complex dental issues. Prosthodontists like me often lead a team of dental specialists to manage treatment of patients with these conditions and other extremely complex situations. Please visit BentzDentalGroup.com for more information, or to schedule an appointment, call 610-272-6949.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America.
Engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I'm not feeling too good myself.
Oh, yeah. Dan and I were just trying to figure out, why is Trump, he's very active on Truth Social, on social media.
Today.
Wow. I mean, so 4 hours ago, so you think about this, he said Democrats fighting like heck, didn't say heck, to keep murderers and all the types of criminals solidly in the U.S., and they have gone crazy and are only getting worse. Then he talks about gas, grocery prices.
They are only getting worse because,
yeah.
Can I play a 30-second clip of Ayanna Pressley real quick?
Yeah.
They're only getting worse on this situation with the Garcia and all. Take a listen.
If people are tempted to marginalize an other who this could happen to, again, in Donald Trump's America, this could be you. This could be you for suffering a miscarriage.
What?
This could be you for practicing diversity, equity, and inclusion. This could be you for reading a banned book. It is acutely about Mahmoud and Rumeysa because those are some of the most high-profile cases. Right. But it has implications for every single person who calls this country home.
Well, it's kind of rich because, there were all these, like U.S. citizens on January 6th. No matter what you think about the J6ers, they were denied due process, some of them, and some of them locally, for years. They were held, they were incarcerated, they were never given bail, and they were not set free from prison until Trump took office, right, and signed that on day one on January 20th, as he promised. So if they want to talk about due process, then be consistent. There's a story that I was noticing, and this is out of Philadelphia, in which the Philadelphia Inquirer starts out by pointing to the fact that a Philadelphia police officer is the one who escorted a Dominican national out of a Philadelphia criminal courthouse and then into the custody of U.S. immigration authorities last week, shortly after a judge had dismissed all criminal charges against the defendant. And so the Defender Association of Philadelphia, other advocates who the Inquirer and I think NBC 10 is all over the story too, the Defender Association of Philadelphia questioning the cooperation because what they're saying is that, hey, Philadelphia, remember, you're a sanctuary city. And so they're calling out the police officer. That's what they're doing here. They're critical of a Philadelphia police officer for escorting somebody when there was a warrant out for his arrest, apparently. So the suspect in question, 30-year-old Jean Carlos Brito Munoz, he was arrested earlier this month. He was accused of carrying a concealed firearm without a license. This was in the Juniata section of Philadelphia, and that's according to the court records here. But the judge dismissed the felony charge for lack of evidence against this man who, according to the feds, is here illegally. And so the judge said, nope, nothing to see here. Let this guy go. So the Philadelphia police officer, then is the one they're critical of. They're saying, oh, the nothing to see here with the suspect who the authorities say was caught with with a gun, doesn't have a license.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're critical of the police officer. He's the one who screwed up here. He messed up. You're not allowed to do that. So the police officer, had escorted this individual into the custody of ICE. And so that's the focus of the story. Believe it or not, you can't make this stuff up, is that they're saying.
What was the person's name?
The suspect?
Yeah.
This is 30-year-old Jean, Jean, John Carlos, and then it's a hyphenated name, Brito, Brito
Burrito?
Munoz.
Because I asked, because I sent over a story from the Department of Justice that I thought was the same story, but it's actually another.
A different one.
Yeah, another situation involving an individual, Gutierrez Almonte, who, according to immigration records, has been removed from the United States 4 prior occasions: March 1st, 2011, 2016, 2018, 2020. He has also now been taken away by Philadelphia ICE as someone who has been repeatedly allowed re-entry. U.S. Attorney Metcalf was quoted as saying, Melvin Gutierrez Almonte is a serial violator of our country's sovereignty. Jeez, what is my deal, man? I can't read it. He has entered the United States illegally and has been removed multiple times already. Not only has he flouted our immigration laws, he's also been arrested several times for assault, gun possession, and more. He's a great example of how certain immigrants repeatedly disrespect our laws. Anyone who wants to come to this country must do so legal. Anyone who wants to stay must honor the obligation to our laws. Ensuring the safety of our communities is at the core of our mission at ICE enforcement and removal operations. This individual's unlawful reentry and criminal activity pose a significant risk to public safety. That's coming from Officer Brian McShane, a guest of the Dawn Stensland Show in the past. He says also, apprehending, prosecuting, and removing those who threaten our neighborhoods. We reaffirm our commitment to ensuring the well-being of law-abiding residents. We will continue to work tirelessly with our law enforcement partners to uphold our nation's immigration laws and keep our communities safe. So, Dawn, with this story, it looks like under the Trump administration, things are making indeed a turnaround.
Thank you, Brian McShane. Thank you for keeping us safer right here in Philadelphia. And so there are a lot of stories we talk about immigration, but this is all going down. And they are trying to get the name, the local media and so on, and these groups are trying to get the name of the officer who escorted this guy. So that's the focus. I can't even make this up to you or stress enough how off this is, how wrong this is. And then they're even quoting sources with knowledge about this. They're trying to hunt down the actual police officer who we're now told is a Spanish-speaking officer who, according to the police department, a spokesperson, a PR person, all they're saying is, hey, all this officer did was walked this perp or this alleged perp downstairs for translation purposes. He wasn't breaking any sanctuary city type laws in that. But can you believe this? They actually would say, oh, nothing to see here. This is fine. The one who we're concerned about is a policeman.
Oh, my gosh. So backwards.
It's crazy. This is crazy. Honest to goodness. So much to talk about today, and that's why it's so great that we are live and we are local, back from the White House. Dom Giordano. Hey, Dom.
I spent 6 hours in the car with this guy. I don't want to hear his voice.
Well, Dan was shirtless for part of that, so that's not on me, Don. Yes.
The shirt came off, Don. It was a very wild ride down there.
We weren't even in Washington yet. He did that. At least wait on the way home. My God, what's going on? So Ro just wanted to know, why did Dan have his shirt on? She was off. She was listening yesterday.
No, Ro wanted to know why it was. She wanted to know why it was on. Come on, let's be honest.
All right. So Dawn, couple things while we were there. The Supreme Court really getting into it in that Maryland case where people are told they can't opt out. And what Trump signed yesterday, these executive orders, are at the heart of what I said should be done to colleges over these years, the accreditation of it, not just taking it away, but allowing more people to start colleges like Giordano University.
Ooh, I
that
love
may be
it.
happening now. But that executive order, Dana, was in the small print. Get on that.
Ooh, I love it. Dom U. What would be the mascot for Giordano University?
People can help us with
Ooh.
that.
A breadstick.
Whatever the mascot is for Olive Garden. Yes. They would have the first facility on campus. It'd be large.
And we always say it would be the nation's leader in the major of bloviating.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, big time. Yes, come here and bloviate.
Bloviating school.
Long talking.
Dom Giordano Show starts right now.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Get ready for
Your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost thousands of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0. Listen to Bridget's story after losing 55 pounds and using her insurance for coverage.
LifeMD helped me get covered with my insurance. Finding out that it was covered was huge. I've lost 55 pounds. I am so much healthier now that I've lost the weight. I would never be able to do it without them.
Get started today and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0 at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We got a great side question today, I think inspired by the draft tonight, which, I know how the NFL is masterful at this, but it's still socialism. I'll talk about that throughout the show today. It gets people charged up. There's nothing like it. No other sport does it. But I want to lead off with a couple things education-oriented. And that is the first, what happened in the Supreme Court yesterday while we were there. This will be cut 8 and 12. First here is Gorsuch. And Gorsuch is a mild-mannered judge in this type of thing. You know, if this had happened with Sam Alito, this punk attorney for a school district, here's the core of what's going on in Maryland. Again, Maryland, right? Which doesn't get enough discredit for how progressive it is. What they're saying is, essentially, when you break down all that what they're doing to poor kids and their parents. And by the way, an added flavor here, Any number of these parents are Muslim. They really don't like that because now this is a protected class among Democrats. It's harder to push back. What's going on is that in this school district, they're telling people you don't have the right to opt out from objectionable stuff. And by any standard, this is objectionable, particularly the standards of the parents in that school district. And the reason you can't opt out, among other things, is too many people wanted to opt out. So they didn't know what to do. But they're not going to stop with the trans stuff with young kids. They're just not going to stop no matter what. The Supreme Court is going to swat this down, maybe even 7-2. That's where this is headed. So here's Gorsuch with the school district attorney, a wild exchange over this LGBTQ storybook, and bondage was involved. And I think the attorney says, well, wait a minute, Gorsuch, it's not bondage. It's just a character in leather. Imagine now, you're pre-K kid, kindergarten, up to the third grade. They had a long discussion about why is this in the English curriculum? Well, they said we're going to put it wherever we want. This is what this school district's about. Here's how it sounded.
Pride Puppy was the book that was used for the pre-kindergarten curriculum. That's no longer in the curriculum.
That's the one where they are supposed to look for the leather and things and bondage, things like that.
It's not bondage. It's a woman in a leather.
Sex worker, right? No,
that's not correct. No.
It is correct, buddy.
I read it.
He read it.
Drag queen and drag
correct.
queen.
The leather that they're pointing to is a woman in a leather jacket. And one of the words is drag queen in the search.
And they're supposed to look for those.
It is an option at the end of the book.
It's more than an option, buddy. Come on, Gorsuch, take a hammer and slam it down there as a judge. Shut up for a minute, buddy. I read the book. You're a clown show up and down the line. I think other justices would have said, really? That's going to be your attitude here. And then Justice Ketanji Brown jumped in. This is the woman who can't define a woman. You may remember that during the Supreme Court confirmation hearing. She could not, would not define what a woman is. I'm not sure if she said it in this clip, but in addition to arguing with the Beckett Law Group that's defending the parents, she said afterward or in her remarks, well, you know, these people just have to go. They have the option. They can go to a private school, like her kids go to a private school. This is why school choice, and I just don't know why, it's not more of a burning issue. I'm launching a podcast next week. We've been teasing it, major podcast on this. It's got a lot of backing. A lot of people see the chance. Texas just last week went full school choice. Do you know what would happen to progressives and this nonsense if there were school choice? It would be the biggest revolution in this country. I don't know why. Enough Republicans, though, do not say, come hell or high water in these 4 years of Trump, we're going to get school choice all over the place. All right, here's Ketanji Brown, though. Woman who can't tell you what a woman is. Gone after this guy, first trying to argue that the books were just sitting on shelves. These are all lies. I told you what happened here. You must do this, and you can't opt out. Now, this is a cardinal principle way back to when I was still teaching. If the kid or the parent says, I have a concern here, you had kids didn't want to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, they're able to opt out. They got a religious concern. They don't like vegetables, whatever. You know and I know, whether it's actually codified, school districts go, yeah, okay, you can opt out. We don't want any trouble here. Why in the world would you take this stance? Because they're progressive tyrants, and so many parents wanted to opt out. They said they couldn't know where to have the kids, or they didn't know what to do with them. Doesn't that tell you something? It doesn't tell them anything. They're determined that they are still going to charge forward on this. They're going to lose every time, and hopefully they're going to lose enough elections before somehow or another they change, which on the trans issue, I don't think so. They have a critical mass of people that are determined. They're going to shove this down your throat. And if you don't like it, well, Ketanji Brown has a remedy. Here's the Supreme Court Justice.
Because we can't know. We don't at this moment, based on the record you've provided, know that these books aren't just sitting on the shelves. And you've said that if that's the case, that's not going to be enough.
I disagree, Your Honor. The record is undisputed. And I, again, will refer you to the district court transcript at 63, where counsel
So you're
said
saying the Fourth Circuit is wrong when it says, quote, we don't have any information about how any teacher or school employee has actually used any of the books.
The Court of Appeals did not dispute that some of the books have to be used, and we have all of the
I
teachers'
understand that.
instructions that the board's not
I
disputed.
understand that, but the Fourth Circuit made a ruling that we don't know, quote, what any child has been taught in conjunction with their use. So are you saying that you do have affidavits and information about teachers in the classroom and what they've taught children of different ages about these books?
Yes, we do. All of our clients have, in their declarations, they describe which books are going to be read to their children.
Were the clients in the classroom?
They were not in the classroom, but they know. And again, we don't have to wait until the injury has happened to get relief. The point of a preliminary injunction is that we can, when the injury is imminent, we can seek relief.
All right,
to
let me
stop it
ask
from
you
happening
another.
before our children's innocence is destroyed.
Let me ask you another series.
Another series of questions. Okay. It's clear to me, it's clear to you what's going on here. I know it's maddening, but I always caution in this. And, you know, we were talking to people there at the White House. You can get fired up. You can see all the stuff they're still fighting on. Every time they do it, it's another pushback. It's another percentage. It's another thing. People are not going to give in on this. These are Muslim parents here. And we're trying to get them on, hopefully tomorrow. But this is a ringing for both school choice and also to say, no, why do they have to pick up root that the public schools would be this hostile? And they know, they're afraid. These are not just some Christian parents wanting to go off and homeschool. Muslim parents are part of this coalition here. And that can't happen. They dread that more than anything else. Simply, as I said, the protective nature of this among the Democrat Party. You can't say anything. What are you going to do with these Muslim parents? Makes it a lot more difficult. All right, one other thing. President Trump signed executive orders yesterday. I mean, the high point, and we showed it on YouTube, the high point was when we were coming in, and we didn't see this, it must have happened just a little bit, where we were going to get in on the White House campus. The executive office is maybe, I don't think it's 70, 50 yards from the White House, the one part that I know of the White House. And suddenly Trump came out on the lawn for a press gaggle, which is unscheduled. And the way they were running, they have this cubbyhole. You know, if you've ever seen ice fishing, these guys have a crude shack around them because it's so cold. Well, they have these little compartments where they wait or they can do their hip because it's cold or raining out. Out of these compartments come these people flying and all, pushing, running up the grass because Trump was going to come out and speak. He also spoke in the Oval Office yesterday, and hopefully we'll get Bill O'Reilly on tomorrow because News Nation with Stephen A. Smith, O'Reilly, and Cuomo are going to have Trump on the 100th day due to O'Reilly. O'Reilly made the case, you know, here you're going to get a fair shake. We're not going to kiss up to you, but it's not going to be what the media would do just trying to get at you. And Trump, to his credit, I think benefited, agreed. That's going to be must-see TV. Stephen A. Smith, O'Reilly, Cuomo, and President Trump pushing, you know, talking about the 100 days. There, we were lucky yesterday in that we had our favorite, finally met him, Dr. Marty, and the food babe, who were both the lieutenants of RFK Jr. when it came to releasing the dye stuff. Now, the Inquirer today tells people in Philadelphia, oh, yeah, they take these dyes out. Those dyes are in Rita's water ice, and oh, man, say it ain't so, tasty cakes. So I said yesterday, look, I'm all on board with this. And the food babe tried to answer on it, Marty a little bit. Don't you think consumers, though, saying this, we want this crap out of our foods, our kids and all that, right? When you see the different colorations and all, I think she said that people will get used to it. Okay, we'll see. Will the taste be different? Yeah, there's going to be a different taste probably, too. I'm on board with this. This is the legacy of RFK Jr. But are people going to complain about that? Then who are they going to blame? So now we can blame Big Food, and rightfully so. They're doing stuff they don't do in other countries. Did they get away with it here just because of lobbying? Or in those other countries, people kind of revolted. Now, people are revolting here in the Trump with RFK Jr. I think he's going to get it done. But will people then accept that, get used to that? It'll be different. It might not pop as much as food does now, but it'll be better for you, without a doubt. That's going to be a great moment to see how this plays out. But they were abuzz about that behind the scenes yesterday. And again, it's thanks to the station, thanks to listeners. They know the power of this station. They know where we are, that we get invited to these things. Rich had one, and then me. I mean, they do this because Talk Radio 1210 reverberates with them. They know who they're reaching. And hearing these people yesterday and sitting there with them up close, you know, it's a wrangle sometimes to get them. You may have heard some of that. Hey, Dan, where's that guest going? Tackle her. Dan thought that was a little bit out of bounds. But you know
Maybe
what?
slightly.
I was promised these guests. And if I have a guest in the middle there, what I was thinking of doing is putting the two of them on together. I don't know if they would have sanctioned that, but that's what I'm going to do. All right. 855-839-1210. Democrats today meeting with anti-Semitic activists that are in ICE custody. This is they're in Louisiana now. A guy from Boston in Louisiana. They'll go anywhere. They met with Mahmoud Khalil, a guy that ought to be the next train to El Salvador or wherever they want to send him. The guy from Colombia. So they claim that they're being jailed for practicing diversity. That's the takeaway here. All right, we'll give you the side question coming up. It involves, just as a side, the Eagles tonight, the NFL, making decisions on players. And if you can imagine reading today, it's not just injury, so-called character, but they're looking at, does this person really love playing football?
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't, they're more reluctant to draft them. You think that would be obvious, particularly football. The other sports, I don't think grind you as much. If you don't love playing football, even with talent, that's going to be something that's going to be hard to over. You just can't.
It's a red flag.
Yes, you just cannot jump in there and play football day to day, the grind, the injury of that. So we use that as part of our side question. You'll get that coming up. Remember, get your name into the hat. Yesterday was overwhelming on the addresses, and I think today there's plenty of them out there that relate to it. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. You get on board. School choice issue ought to be a no-brainer. It mystifies me why this doesn't, this case in Maryland, Muslim parents are in on this, Hispanic parents and others. This is what they want. But Republicans just seem to be unable to take the ball and run with this. Does it move the needle? Well, people don't vote on it, though. They don't seem to vote for you, but they want it. They don't want to be in schools like this. They can't afford the other. So what's the option? Give them some help. More charter schools. Homeschooling if they want. Get out of their way. But, of course, Democrats will die on that hill with the teachers' unions. Because if this happens, these big city teacher unions and these hellholes where nobody knows anything, and they're not going to know too much. You know it, and I know it. How many years do we need to see of this? And this stupid Abbott Elementary, right? They go after the guy in this area who is just leading the charge on school choice, attack him. They attack anybody that supports this. They say they want to wreck the public education system. Well, the public education system sucks. It truly does. Don't tell us of days of yore. It's horrible. In this case, how can you make pre-K kids? How can you be fighting? It's not bondage. It is bondage. And then you can't opt out from this. Too many people want to opt out. So you're stuck here, and we're going to put our progressive fantasies on you. That's what public schools are about, by and large. 855-839-1210. Side question coming up.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Bridget and Paula Powers, identical twins.
And he was coming back down towards us, and he goes, run, he's got a gun. Our heart started to pound, and I said, well, Mum, where's Mum?
If they want to do mornings, they can go host an hour of Kale and Company.
Powers and Company. See, if I was the news reporter there, I would have asked both of them to say, can you put another shrimp on the barbie? I just want to hear that.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Byron Donald's obviously one of our favorites. Listen to what he said running for governor. Donald's running for governor, calling out fellow Republicans who are refusing to do town halls. And really, if you're refusing to do a town hall, I just can't, I don't know about you, I just can't bring my, well, Don, but they're going to melt down, they're going to shout and all that. You still got to be there with the people. You take them out, you have security, you take them out. You try to do what you can. If you can't do a town hall in person, then I don't think that you belong in Congress. I don't care what the circumstances are. And Donald's particularly does belong in Congress. I think he's going to win the governorship. And he's making the point. He's done them despite the difficulties that were there. We'll play him in a second here. And again, why do this? Well, it's responsive. It's facing down these mobs. And you can have them arrested. I mean, that's the thing to do. So here's Byron Donalds making the point that he did a town hall. He's going to do more town halls. He's not just criticizing Democrats. He's saying Republicans have to do them also.
The Palestinians have voted for Hamas. And I will respect you, and I will honor the fact that you are here trying to get answers. But if you're going to hold this thing up and be disrespectful, then that's how you can be your leaders.
Congressman, I thought Republicans were trying to move away from in-person town halls. Why did you jump into the lion's den?
Stu, that's who I am. I mean, I heard what Republican leadership said, but I disagree. I think every member should be holding town halls in person with their constituents. Number two, let's be clear. Yeah, Democrats are more organized on the ground than they ever have been. I've been holding town halls for 5 years. Never saw this many Democrats come to any one of my town halls, but they want to show up now. That's okay. That's part of the process. But if you want to come in and if you want to make a scene and you want to yell, you want to boo, we're going to kick you out. And at the beginning of the town hall, we were very clear with people. Please be respectful. Let people hear the answers. Let people hear the questions. If you want to disagree, disagree. But let's be civil. Let's be orderly. Some people chose not to. Okay. We had to kick them out. And the next time I do a town hall, if they choose to be unruly, I'm going to kick them out again.
Love this guy. I mean, what the heck is wrong? Look, we can every day. If the Democrats, the progressives, we know all that. These weaselly Republicans, don't do this job if you can't be like this guy. He's got it exactly right. You ought to do town halls, kick him out, have him arrested, prosecute, do all that. I know it's not easy. I know that's what they want, but a Tello town hall? Are you kidding me? That's not your job. We've been through this how many times? Democrats were not doing it on Obamacare, you may remember. Remember that? They would not allow people to ask questions. We're not going to do it. Same thing here. Donalds is the guy. That's the standard. That's why this guy is going to advance. He's not afraid of this. What are you going to do to him? How are you going to push back on him? Now, why should we do that? Democrat activists, I know that. You have the high ground. You have the political high ground here. He has it. I showed up. I'm doing it. I'm talking. You won't shut up. We're going to take you the hell out of there. How many? Take hundreds out of there if you have to. The idea is face them down. You're doing town halls. You have the political high ground. Some disastrous when you see this, given, all these rules that the NFL and most pro leagues have. So we're looking for a choice or a decision that was an all-time loser. For example, the people accepting the Trojan horse to come into cartridge. Oh, it's just a horse. In some films I've seen, they give you the idea, oh, it's just a horse, Daddy. Let's bring it in. It's cute. What could be wrong with that? I mean, who would have thought to search the horse?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't buy it that everyone was so quiet and no one moved in that instant. All right, no one making noise. We're going in.
It's a
for
true
hours.
It's a true story as far as we know. That how many were in there, we don't know.
Right.
I don't think you needed that many because they had other people. They had the
everyone else was waiting.
Yeah, they had the city surrounded. They were going to come in if they could just open the gates. The invasion of Russia, bad enough with Napoleon. But then when Hitler just thinks, well, we have more modern equipment, he doesn't even have winter coats. The Russians just want to suck you in. Then the winter, even before the winter, it rains when you get into the fall and you can't move. And then you're stuck. All right, I'll take one off the board that's sports. But again, let's try to steer. You might have a sports one you think is an all-time. That's fine. Ben Simmons. I'm not drafting a guy who can't shoot a ball, doesn't want to shoot a ball. And I measure your heart, and it's minuscule. I know that there are basketball experts out there, but if I'm sitting there, I'm not taking this guy. I don't care if they give me $1 million and it's the last draft. Well, we can work with him. You're not working with him. He's a loser. And last one, Doug Mastro. Who is it that told you we're going to sync with Doug Mastriano? Look at what he did. And people were all revved up. Oh, no, he's a true conservative. I'm friends with some of them, funding him and all. And what did he do? He allowed Josh Shapiro to win, and he knocked us out of the State House He did it, and he's still out there. He's still a menace. I mean, I like this over-the-counter ivermectin bill. I think it ought to be over-the-counter. I told you that yesterday, but guess who the sponsor of it is? Doug Mastriano. Oh, God. That's not going to get traction. All right, Henry, do you have one?
Yeah, and I just want to piggyback off your Ben Simmons pick for a second. I just remember Jonathan Givney's draft report on Ben Simmons back in the 2016 NBA draft, and he said Simmons' lack of competitiveness in some crucial games has raised questions about his character as a basketball player. While many top picks succumb to the NBA star lifestyle and emerge as average competitors, it's rare to see that at the collegiate level.
Yes.
Simmons has displayed an apathy for defense, contact, and delivering winning plays in crucial moments. So, yeah, sounds like he was pretty spot on with that one.
Exactly.
Yeah, all right. So the two I'll take off the board today is NFT art. Remember that stuff a few years back? The non-fungible tokens? You paid money so you'd own a specific piece of artwork online. It was such a stupid premise because then people would just be like, look, I bought this Bored Ape. Remember the Bored Apes? They were just dumb pictures of different, monkeys making different faces and different outfits. And people would be like, look, I just bought this one for, say, $1,500. And people would be like, look, I just screenshotted your Bored Ape for free. So at one point, at its peak in 2022, the Bored Ape Yacht Club was valued at $4 billion. And by 2024, 96% of all of that NFT collection is actively dead. So
it's the Bitcoin stuff and the related stuff too, mixing in with just sheer old hucksterism.
Yeah,
that people buy into. They're smarter than the room. You're right, and it's not going to end well. What's your other one?
The other one I will take a sports one off the board. How's this? How would you like it if you grew up, a Sixers fan your entire life? You went to school in the area, both high school and college, and then lo and behold, you get drafted by the Sixers. You get up there, you put the hat on, you shake hands with the commissioner. You're just so thankful to be a Sixer, and then mere minutes later, you get shipped off to the Phoenix Suns. Of course, I am talking about the Sixers trading Mikal Bridges for the 16th pick in that draft, who ended up being Zaire Smith, who did minimal, things with the Sixers because of a deathly peanut allergy that made him lose 30 pounds off of his already skinny 150-pound frame, so he never really worked his way back in the NBA. And an unprotected 2021 first-round pick. Now, here's the double whammy with this one. We used that unprotected 2021 first-round pick in a trade for Tobias Harris, who for 5 seasons in Philadelphia was very middling and frustrating, to say the least. So it was kind of a double whammy how we got virtually nothing out of that contract. And, health has become an issue with the Sixers in the last season especially. And Mikal Bridges is the active NBA Iron Man. So he's played every single game he's played since he's come into the league in 2018.
Remember the mom at Villanova?
Yep, the whole thing.
All right, so there's a few bad decisions, bad choices. I have another huge one from the 1920s. I'll say, though I'm not going to say yet, that was a bad choice. And ultimately, they saw that. Bad choices with the draft tonight. It's not just the upside. A lot of times teams crash and burn, particularly when it's the first pick. If you're wrong on that, that's going to be, you don't get out of that easily. All right, here's how you get in. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Coming up, Pam Bondi tells us, and I have the sound, how many fentanyl pills have they seized just since her first day in office until yesterday? So we're dealing with 3 months and a couple days. In 3 months, let's make it 3 months, how many fentanyl pills have they seized? And if they've seized that number, how many are out there in the United States? What number goes through your mind? You can hit me on Twitter, call in, 855-839-1210. Hey, first, spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage, promote smoother, more comfortable joint movement. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with the exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF, RELIEF. And when you use RELIEF, you'll double up your order for free. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow.
Weather sponsored by the Gift of Life Donor Program.
We'll hit the low 50s overnight. Tomorrow, going to be a beautiful day. High 81, mostly sunny. Friday, 81 again. A few more clouds, though. Saturday, 75, and we're expecting rain. Sunday, it'll cool off a little bit with a high of 72, but lots of sunshine.
Join Gift of Life for the 28th Annual Donor Dash, Sunday, April 27th at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. Promote the life-saving importance of organ and tissue donation by participating in the 5K or 10K run or the 3K walk. Register today at donors1.org.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. Got the side question. All-time bad choice / decision, however you want to look at it. I'm looking, and here in Philadelphia, it's interesting. My take on it is indicative of potentially some good news. The story of this guy who was dismissed from court, and a Philadelphia police officer was there as a translator, and is just doing that, and somehow or another ICE intercepts this guy, and they escort him outside to await federal authorities. All good, right? Well, what I'm saying is here, they claim this violates the sanctuary city status of Philadelphia, and they're going after this cop, trying to hunt him down. The cop. Well, first of all, these sanctuary city so-called laws or whatever are not laws. They're in contravenance to the United States law. And two, I don't see the Parker administration being the driving force here going after this cop. The Spanish officer offered to walk with this guy downstairs for translation purposes, but did not detain him. Yet, they're hunting the cop. What I'm saying to you, though, the upside is this. Sherelle Parker has been pretty circumspect on this, which is good. Now, I'm not saying this is a rabid Trump booster or whatever in Parker. I think she's reading the tea leaves, though, and thinking going wild on this is dangerous with Trump, and that sooner or later these federal dollars are going to be withheld. So let's see how this plays out with this officer and this situation to see if indeed he gets into any difficulty for this. When A, he didn't do anything wrong, and even if he did help detain for ICE, this guy was up on a concealed carry charge with a weapon. Well, how can he do that if he's here illegally? Under what system are we dealing with here? I don't know why the judge dismissed him, but that's what they're hell-bent over in Philadelphia. But the upside, the Parker administration is not leading the charge on this, which is noteworthy. Good thing, I think. All right, 855-839-1210. We led off to telling you about this scrum going on in Montgomery County, Maryland, around this book that does have bondage, has the usual stuff, drag queens and all. And in the Supreme Court yesterday, duking it out, claiming the parents have no religious right to opt out of this. I mean, this is, if they win on this, which they won't, this is one of those cardinal principles. You know, these schools are tyrannical, but there's always been the option one way or another, even when I was back teaching, that you have the right to opt out of this for a million different reasons that these people have. No, but these people are drawing the line here. You don't have a run. This is their last stand. They have a captive audience of little kids that they're going to browbeat into the trans militia to carry that forward. And you're not going to take that away from them. Well, the Trump administration is. They're going to win on this. And then we'll see if these schools defy it. It'll clarify it a little bit more. Why won't they give it up? We've been through this before. They're wedded to it, even though it's a political loser, even though we know what happened in the election, even though we see what goes on every day. The base of their party is crazed over this, and they're not going to give it up. Even Gavin Newsom trying to give it up. Now, we're told that if the Women in Sports Act passes in Pennsylvania, and it will, if it ever gets a vote in the House, Josh Shapiro has said he'll veto it. Yeah, I dare him. I want to see this guy veto this. He's good at reading political gut, but on this one, Joshy, you're wrong. In Pennsylvania, you veto this, and any independents, moderates across the country, let alone Republicans, when you run, you're going to pay a price on this. In Pennsylvania, even. So 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is just push pound 1210. We'll get you in. Bad decision. All-time bad choice. The drafts are filled with these things. In fact, some of these guys just think that it's almost impossible to get a consistent hit, which I don't get, given all that they put into it. The interviews they do with people, it's still amazing. And today they were citing one of my favorite players. Shouldn't have gotten picked in the first round, but Tim Tebow as the classic miss. Well, he did win 7 straight games and get them in the playoffs. Not that he actually threw a pro pass or anything, but I would take Tim Tebow on my team any day. Maybe not the full-time quarterback, but there's a lot the guy brings.
Locker room guy.
Yeah, let's go to David in Somerset. Hey, David, afternoon. What do you have today?
Good afternoon, Dom. My answer to the question is the 1984 draft, when Portland, picking second after Hakeem Olajuwon was picked, decided to take Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan.
Yeah, and I've read all kinds of things why they saw it. It just stuns me how underrated Michael Jordan was. We know through high school, but even through college, they didn't see it.
Well, you know what, Dom, what I always remember about Jordan was, now I was never really a big Carolina fan, and anybody that was coming back on Carolina, he would make that steal and the bucket that broke your back. And I said to myself, God, this guy is going to be something else, because he makes that awesome play when he steps up in the moment. And it turned out that, what did Sam Bowie turn out to be? It was nothing. And
yeah, it's shocking because basketball's easier to see this. The other things are a little more arcane, but basketball, you can pretty much see here, and not seeing that is one of the all-timers. So thank you, David. Yeah, Michael Jordan, that pick, we'll put it in. Outside sports, though, I have one coming up I've been saving all time, and we even changed it by law because it was such a bad decision, resulted in countless deaths. And constitutionally, we both put it in, and then we changed it. What is that? You can put that up there, and I'm telling you, I have high esteem as that is one of the all-time bad choices. But there's a million things that have been done, major things, not just in sports, way beyond in history. We gave you some of the big ones, but this one was even rectified by the Constitution. 855-839-1210. That will get you on board. And coming up, a little bit more on what President Trump did yesterday with these executive orders that is not getting note, that the Republicans, if they really want to change the world, I'm going to tell you what they should do with the executive order he did yesterday. He's doing it to go after colleges like Harvard, which I support. But I want him to do it in order to increase colleges. I know you're thinking, well, don't we already have enough of these places? I'll tell you what I mean by that, and how what he signed yesterday is major. He also signed an executive order saying, we're going to treat kids in school that act up, that have to be suspended, disciplined, expelled, without looking at race. Obama put it in, you have to look at race. And when you do that, you just enable more bad kids to be bad in school. They're constantly suspended. They constantly do stuff, but they're a bit insulated because people are afraid of the race component. He nixed that yesterday, at least by executive order. All right, 855-839-1210. You know, it's so important to make sure that our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did and count on the Martin Water Conditioning people to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of that tap is crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family, passionate about water. They'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service and attention to detail are just fantastic. I know. Dwayne's been to our house several times. When he comes in, the room even looks better when he leaves. In addition to that, he gets thrilled showing you the difference. The Martin Water Purity Water Test. You will not believe it. You can get that free water test done. You'll see. You'll go, all right, how do I get that water in my house? Contact Martin Water Conditioning. They'll take great care of you. Click on Martin Water, M-A-R-T-I-N, martinwater.com, or 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555.
Diesel and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints. And it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember Politics in Pints. We'll be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
All right, coming to your calls. You're with Dom. Just seeing during this break that President Trump has agreed to do an interview, big interview, with Jeffrey Goldberg, the head guy at The Atlantic. Trump calling it a competition with himself to see if The Atlantic, remember that? That's the guy with the Signal Gate and Pete Hegseth, can be truthful. Or could it be they will have Jeffrey Goldberg bringing with him two Atlantic writers who are anti-Trump. So it's going to be three of them there. The story they're writing, they've told my representatives, will be entitled, this is what intrigued Trump, come on, this is access beyond belief, the most consequential president of this century, question mark. The most consequential president of this century, meaning now, this century. And I'd have to say, by any indicator that we would use, now that does not say the best, the worst, doesn't say anything else. I don't see how you can argue with that, though. Trump is, and I'm trying to project, let's say J.D. Vance is president. Are you really expecting J.D. Vance to be more consequential than President Trump? There's no way you can argue this. As far as consequence, and again, not taking a partisan side here, but just consequential, Trump is up there with Washington and Lincoln and Reagan. Now, up until this point, I would still argue, though, might give the edge to Reagan. Here's what I'm asking you. Be honest now. Which one's more consequential? Here's what I'm going to put on my Reagan side here. Reagan defeated the Soviet Union. Something, if you were alive then, you know, and I know, we don't lie and say, oh, it's just coming. It's a matter of time, Tom. What do you mean? Nobody knew that. I didn't think that Reagan was going to bring down the Soviet Union. You know, it didn't happen in his watch exactly when he's in the White House. Reagan, even the Russians, Gorbachev said it. He defeated the Soviet Union. He brought down the Soviet Union. Even China at this point, it was not as much of a power, arguably, as the Soviet Union. Now, China someday will be or beyond. Was at that point, the Cold War, those number of years, missiles pointed at us, duck and cover. I would tell you that is, to me, and it always has been, more staggering than anything that I can imagine. Bringing down the Soviet Union. How in the world would you do that? How in the world would you break that up? So that today, Russia, yeah, still a powerhouse, but not in any universe. Trump, though, by challenging the entire system on every front at every level, that's how you have to look at it, all out assault. That's consequence. This could change and has changed, at least temporarily and maybe beyond, the American system. So is Trump the most consequential president? Well, this century, yeah. But is he more consequential than a Reagan? And can I picture any president being more consequential than Trump in the future? Well, anything could happen. But that would be because of the circumstances of that time. Trump is creating his own circumstance. And I still maintain, when it's all said and done, now taking on the system, yeah. But the biggest thing that Trump has done, the legacy, is not the Supreme Court. It's that he's changed the Republican Party from a party who somehow or another liked these unending wars and was involved in all that. And Trump has done none of that. He's removed from that in the 4.5 years or so that he's been president. That's an amazing sea change. And he did that. Nobody else. When he ran on that, I thought Republicans are not going to go for that. Now, his breakthrough with working class people across racial bounds and all that, we'll see if that sticks. But I do think he's created an atmosphere where Republicans now, increasing numbers of them, are against unending wars. So is he the most consequential president of recent times, even over Reagan? And I think he's doing this interview because he wants to hear what they have to say about the consequence. Again, the openness of this, the transparency. I love anybody that's willing to go into the other room and take them on. But I think the title is what maybe lured him there a bit. All right, hit us on the side question. I'm coming to your calls. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Al Butticus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on Tuesday, May 13th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here, looking for a lawn care service which delivers great results and is also safer for your family, your kids, your pets. Well, that's why my family years ago chose Natural Lawn of America. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers, safer weed and insect controls, which bring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, you want to take advantage of their limited time offer, free seeding every year. Just call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, you're with Dom. Somebody might have my winning answer or a potential winning answer to the side question online. Just saying, we'll come to you in a minute. RFK Jr. Just talked movingly, I'll give him that on this, about all the people in the Kennedy family who he says succumbed to a disease. I still say, and I'm going to ask this question, are we better off saying this is a disease, or are we better off saying it's not? I'm talking about addiction. I think we're better off saying it's not a disease. Well, why did so many of the Kennedys and Dom die of drug addiction and things of that area? Look at the family. Maybe there's some indication there of various behaviors and things that you would see playing out that would result in that. Kennedy said, I lost my brother, who's my closest friend to this disease. I lost another brother, not directly through overdose, but through what I believe is the symptom of this disease. During the pandemic, I lost a niece who was like a daughter to me, who lived in our house for much of our life and died in my mom's house, took her first drug there and died there. I lost another niece a few months later, not to death, but she's a quadriplegic. She was sober. She went out on just a night and she became a quadriplegic. So we're all affected by this. Okay. Now, a lot of things, when we were there, we had Dr. Marty on yesterday. We had the food babe on that he's doing on food. I'm in lockstep on that and think this is going to be a big legacy. But this today was to talk about addiction and how many years, I can almost remember when this first came up in talk radio, it's got to be 20 years or so, of people pushing that line. It's a disease, like any other disease. And then it extended beyond this, which does have a physical component, withdrawal and all that, into things like sex addiction and various food things or gambling, and they're a disease. Yeah, we don't want to bludgeon the person battling this. In fact, we celebrate them when they were able to be clean and tell us they call in and they say for 5 years. That's something to celebrate. But are we better off if the nation's chief health person, aside from the Surgeon General, I forget even know who that is. I mean, he's driving this stuff. Talks about this today as a disease. 855-839-1210. Have you come around to say, yeah, this is a disease like any other disease? I just cannot believe that. When I look with someone stricken with cancer, and then I look at the Kennedys and the number of people that got involved with drugs and ended up dead. And I'm supposed to say, it's a title we're using and saying it's a disease like other diseases. Do you see it that way? And I guess the other question is that helpful to do that? Or is it tough love, but to say, no, it's not a disease? It's something that you're going to have to work yourself out of. Before I take a call, here's Pam Bondi, too. A good time to play her. Pam Bondi was on a national show or some kind of confab. And the number you're going to hear her put out here, the Attorney General, is remarkable. She was making the point about the number of fentanyl pills. This is cut 15 in just 2025, just this year that she's been Attorney General. How many have they seized of fentanyl pills? Here's Pam Bondi.
In 2025, just in this year, we have seized 21.5 million fentanyl pills. That's crazy, though. And 3,100 pounds of fentanyl. But think how many millions of lives were saved by taking that off the street. We're getting it, whether it's a nightclub in Colorado or a drug warehouse in Washington State or somewhere in Southern California. It's all over the country. But working hand in hand with all of my law enforcement agencies, ATF, DEA, FBI, especially DEA on these, but also, again, with Homeland Security. And we all work so well together. We're doing everything we can to get this trash off our streets.
21.5 million pills. Wow. Just since roughly 3 months, multiply that by times 4, so we're approaching 85 million pills. Well, who knows if they'll be out. I guess they'll still be out there. But RFK Jr. making the point today of all the people in the Kennedy family that were lost to drugs, this disease. And I think that's the point that he's making. I don't see it that way. Is that unkind? Is that unscientific? That you have to call this a disease. We were down this path for X number of years, and I've always felt it's off the mark. All right, let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Earl, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Don. Didn't know you've been talking about Maryland Man all week. Didn't know if you wanted a song based on Neil Young's Southern Man, or you just want me to get to the question.
We'll get it one of these days, Earl, on that. We got a lot of people that want to get in. So, what do you have?
No problem.
What do you have in a question today?
That's why I always ask. My answer today is hydrogen in airships, in dirigibles, and blimps.
Mm-hmm.
Hydrogen is much cheaper to make, much cheaper to make than helium. But helium is much safer. But you got to realize they did it to save money, which makes sense. But I mean, they took sugar out of soda and put corn syrup in to save money. Nobody stopped buying soda. People die in car crashes all the time, and we still drive cars. People die in airplane crashes all the time, and we still fly in airplanes. One blimp crashes, and a couple dozen people die, and automatically we stop riding in blimps. I mean, blimps were the future. The Empire State Building was built. There is a loading bay on the top of the Empire State Building. You could go to New York City, go to the Empire State Building, go to the top, and actually get onto a blimp in downtown Manhattan and fly around. But they shut it down because they shut down the blimp industry. It's one crash completely destroyed it all.
Well, when you have a crash, though, with the immortal words, "Oh, the humanity," you know what's going to happen, yeah.
God was my witness. I thought turkeys could fly.
All right.
That's the other one.
Thank you, Earl. Yeah, they're hydrogen. And I had that. I've seen that on most of the big lists. The Beatles, Decca Records, not signing them, is also up there. But somebody in the Northeast had the one that I've always, and I give you enough clues, no more clues, that would possibly be a winner with me. Okay. RFK Jr., disease. He goes through all the Kennedys. It's sad in the Kennedy family, but are there other reasons there? You know, did the Kennedys have some flaws in there other than what we were seeing? It's a troubled family across the board, a lot of problems. And this is the course that some took. A disease in what sense, though? You know, what does that mean every time that we hear that? Now, I'm not saying, I'm not sure he did this today if he's going to go on some initiative for campaign reinforcing that. But I'm not on board with that. I don't care who says it. I'm not going to be on board with it. By the way, President Trump did jump in and settle something we talked about, and people got pretty riled up and said, well, maybe you shouldn't talk about this. This is cut 3. Remember last week, came to light that any number of these people around President Trump were trying to convince him, let's raise marginal tax rates on the super wealthy. I'm not sure the math is there if it's a 1% or even under 1%, because we want to give the tax on tips, make that go away, Social Security. We want to take away overtime, and I'm on board with all those. But do we give ground to the Democrats? Like that's going to appease them and say we're going to raise the rate, I think, by a percentage point back up instead of the Trump tax cuts on those that are called the ultimate or the ultra rich or relatively ultra. Maybe it's 1%, maybe it's a hair under 1% of people. And here's what President Trump said yesterday in the Oval Office when reporters asked.
And secondly, would you support a millionaire tax?
I think it would be very disruptive because a lot of the millionaires would leave the country. You know, in the old days, they left states. They go from one state to the other. Now with transportation so quick and so easy, they leave countries. You'll lose a lot of money if you do that. That would, and other countries that have done it have lost a lot of people. They lose their wealthy people. That would be bad because the wealthy people pay the tax. Okay?
All right. So it gives me hope here that he's not going to be listening to the musers of the world and these others. They're telling him, sir, you got to do this. Democrats will never go for taking away that tax on overtime, Social Security, and tips. If you don't give them this, they're still not going to be in favor of it. They're still going to fight it to the death.
Is he really using the excuses that they're going to leave?
Well, I think he's just signaling with that. I would rather hear it hurts the economy, it's unfair. Yeah, why would you tax them?
I'm sorry, yeah, because no one's going to leave the United States. We're going to hide out. Where are you going to hide out? Well, before at least you get bored for a little.
Yeah. I don't know the number of people that believe that they're just millionaires based upon the tax, but I think he's saying something there. For some reason, he doesn't want to get into the philosophy. I don't know why. I would have rather have heard that and just say, yeah, and all these people you hear talking to me, I'm not listening to that. We're not going to, that's philosophically wrong. I'd rather hear that too, but this is the mindset, the translate. I was just glad to hear him on record saying no to this. Now, that could change in a heartbeat. And I think Dan Muser has outed himself here. He wants to run for governor. He's running for governor. Stacey Garrity, I don't think is saying that. Dave McCormick, when I had him on, shot that down completely and said, hell no, I'm not going to be doing that. So Trump yesterday, did he shut it down to Henry's point? No, I mean, that was not the number one thing. But he did go on record saying, no, we're not going to be doing this stuff to make up for this. Which one of the three stands the best chance of getting through? Tax on tips, tax on overtime, or tax on Social Security? I'd say the best one is tips. That's the most popular. That's the most everyman. That's the most that would help people. My personal favorite would be the tax on overtime. We want people to work more, encourage them, society more productive. What do? You take away the tax on overtime. I haven't seen the polling, but the tax on tips is a winner. Will Democrats fight it? Yes, they'll still fight it. They'll do what about? What about Elon Musk? What about all that? How are we paying for it? Are you a fool? He's just trying to buy you. No, people want that no tax on tips. That is a big. I don't have a lot of confidence in Mike Johnson, I'll be honest, to get it done. But Trump wants it. His instincts are exactly right that people would want this. It's a wonderful idea. And, you know, these people at the Wall Street Journal that say, well, that's a targeted tax, Dom. Why would you be in favor of that? You don't benefit for it. It ought to be universal. I'm in favor of removing every tax that we can on every one of them. Fight every battle. Every single day you wake up, how can I take away tax money from the Democrats? And the tips thing is extremely appealing to me. Extremely appealing. These are the people working hard on that. It would have a big benefit for them. Now, I'm trying to remember who we had on talking about this, but there's some people that say, well, people will not tip as much. And all. I don't think that's going to happen. But if you work for tips, what would or have in your life? And I bet a third of people listening or more have done something at some time where a tip possibly could get involved. What would that mean, do you think? We had on, I know it was $22 an hour was the median that they said in Jersey that people make. Oh, we had Johnny Z on. That's who we had on, talking about that law that wants to stop the owner from counting some of the tips toward what they pay people. So taking away the tax on tips would help business owners and all, too. It would just stimulate everything. And I don't think people are going to tip less because of that. You get in at 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All we need you to do is just push pound 1210 and you're in. Great side question today, too. Tonight, the big draft. So hit us with what you see as the all-time worst decision or choice, however you want to look at it. That's what we're looking for. I mean, hit us with a stunner.
Can I submit one?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I want to throw one of my own in.
Yeah.
Bleaching one's hair is an all-time bad
that's
decision.
bad? Yeah, you think so?
Oh, yeah. For a guy, are you kidding me? Because during the Eminem era, it became a fad for young teenage boys, so I bleached my hair and pierced an ear.
Well, the ear piercing
it's an all-time
might be a
bad
little bit
decision,
more.
Dom.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But did you take New Coke off the board?
No, we did not.
Okay,
there's a good one.
Yeah, that's one
always a
people
good
can
one.
relate to, actually.
Yeah, that's one. But I had a big one that's even constitutional that had 2 constitutional amendments involved with it. So that tells you it had to really be a bad decision.
How about Hulk Hogan passing on a grill that later became the George Foreman grill?
I didn't know that one. Yeah, a lot of this passing on, I've never understood why people would pass on. That's beneath me. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, come on.
Do it. You know, who knows? It might take off. If it doesn't, what did you lose?
I don't know about that. There is a new Trump watch that I'm not too fond of.
Oh, well, yeah, but he's still making some money off it, apparently. Yeah, they're making money. Okay, you can hit us with any of those at 855-839-1210. I'm going to go to this. I'm taking this call right away. I'm surprised at where she's going with this. I kind of agree. Is Reagan more consequential than Trump? Trump's doing a big interview with Jeffrey Goldberg, of all people, because the headline is most consequential president of the century. But what I think they're saying in our lifetime, most consequential president, I say Reagan is still ahead. If you bring down the Soviet Union, it's going to be pretty hard to beat you, even for Trump. But Trump is such a disruptive force. You got to say that's consequential. Leslie and Bryn Mawr on the Reagan side of this. Oh, well, hi, Leslie. Welcome in.
Hi, aloha.
Aloha.
I am not saying that Reagan is more consequential. I'm saying that it's too soon to determine if Trump may be more consequential. Trump is still acting president, and he's doing all kinds of things, and who knows what the next 3 years will bring and what, great things may come out of it.
Yeah, but Leslie, come on now. You're a spoil sport here. We have to ask where we are right now. We're not going to wait 3 years. You're taking every good question away. What are you doing?
Well, you're judging Reagan on his served terms.
Yes.
But Trump hasn't finished his.
Well, I realize that, but we can see, the power that he has on this. All I'm saying is I still would go with Reagan almost no matter what Trump does, because I can't imagine having a chance to do something. I can't see what's consequential enough. As consequential as Trump is, bringing down the Soviet Union, I just can't imagine how you beat it.
Bringing down socialism in America?
Yeah. Okay. That's
pretty big.
Exactly.
He's thrown a major roadblock into the socialist agenda, and I think that's pretty consequential. We could be just like the Soviet Union had Trump not got in there.
All right. Well, I even project them. I even said this. I don't see anybody who's going to be more consequential than Donald Trump coming along. I don't see on so many fronts what he's done. Like a J.D. Vance could be a nice president, but he's not going to have the consequence of this guy.
No, I agree. Yeah, no. Trump is a standalone character.
Exactly. The only thing Reagan has going for him, to me, is the actual thing that happened. And you're right, he's got 3 more years. But growing up then, people were thinking, we're never going to, Soviet Union's always going to be there. I'm still shocked. I don't see how you beat that.
Well, we'll see.
Yep.
In 3 years is many things can happen. Look at the damage that was done in 4 with Biden.
Well, without now, as far as
Trump
damage,
has to start with 1 foot in the hole,
right?
Because he has to repair all of that. And if he hadn't had to repair all of that, we would be in a much better state today.
Well, the two of them, I would almost match Jimmy Carter as far as having to come out of something. Look at what he left, almost as bad as Biden.
Yeah. Not nearly as bad, though. This country was on the verge of really falling off the cliff into a socialist agenda.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter wasn't doing that. He was just wrecking the White House tennis courts. Leslie, what's your...
Well, and starting the Department of Education.
Okay. What's your side? I think this is a pretty good one.
So this company made a $1.4 billion bad decision. First, they hired a millennial to do their marketing, and that millennial, in their wokeness, thought it would be a great idea to put Dylan Mulvaney on Bud Light cans and become the spokesperson. But as a result of that $1.4 billion bad decision, America woke up and said, we're not going to stand for this anymore. And it was the beginning of the end of wokeness.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dylan Mulvaney thing still goes today. Thank you, Leslie. Very good. No, Dan, I don't think that crew that we came in with was the interview crew for the Atlantic. I don't think it's happened yet, although they looked like a crew that would be coming in for the Atlantic.
It did, and that's why I wondered. But they said that the interview or the impression is that they haven't done it yet, right?
The impression is they have not done it yet.
It seems kind of secretive because as we entered into the gate through Secret Service, we didn't have the daily press, credentials that some of the press people have. So we had to go through an extra screening, and along with us were another group of individuals who didn't have that daily press, credential, and they also had to go through it. We didn't ask their source, but they said that they were there, quote, for an interview.
Yeah, they didn't look like pro-Trump guys to me.
And I wouldn't assume after everything that happened that Atlantic would be given an overall, kind of press credential. So I would assume that the reporters would have to go through the same process we did. So
Oh, I think Trump would be there to greet him at the gate. He
Think
wants
so?
this
Yeah.
interview.
Okay.
I mean, the working title is most consequential president of the century. Trump doesn't care what they say in this, as long as the Atlantic has that big cover and says most consequential president.
Yeah, but they're
of
not
the
going to make that a positive thing at all.
That
They're
doesn't
gonna use it as
matter.
a negative.
He
It's
doesn't
like when we
care
use the
about
word
that.
Notable,
Oh,
so we can
I
do
don't think
negatives
so.
as well.
He you know what? I would take that if I were Trump. If somebody says you're the most consequential talk show host, that's all I want. Oh, well, we hate you. I think most consequential. That's what you want. That guy was the most consequential that year. I still think it's a pretty good thing coming from the Atlantic.
They can also be used to describe absolutely terrible people.
Well, I'm sure they're going to say that, but he doesn't care.
Like
they
some
see
of the worst leaders of all time could be called the most consequential leader of their own.
Well, they're going to say,
like Kim Jong Un
Right,
might be the
yeah.
no, actually probably not. But
they're going to say, despite how bad Trump is, he is incredibly consequential, and he's going to bring up at the news conference the next day. They call me consequential. That's what will come out of this. Wow, this is going to be
it's going to be a hit piece.
And I still think that was Stephen Miller. And Rose said it wouldn't be anything wrong to say, "Yo, Stephen," as the bald guy was walking by with a cell phone.
Henry, we saw a skinny bald guy who looked like he might have been balding prior to the right age.
Yes.
And Dom is utterly convinced that this individual is Stephen Miller, and I am 100% sure it's not Stephen Miller.
What's wrong with yelling, "Hey, Stephen, hey, Stephen, great stuff"?
Yeah, I'm kind of with Dom on this one. Like, what's
Yeah.
the harm in yelling
Yes.
that out? And you look
Yeah.
at him like, oh, sorry, I thought you were a different guy.
Yeah, that's all.
You know,
if
never
he's
see him
Stephen
again,
Miller, he might
right?
come over.
As
We
long
get
as
a
you're not,
word
like,
with him.
as long as you're not like snapping at him, like, yo, Stevie boy. Like, you know.
exactly.
The thing is, though, like at that point, Dom, we hadn't known who our escort would be into the White House.
Right.
So if you were to yell, "Yo, Stephen, come over here," and this guy walks away looking for us and comes back and happens to be our escort, it would be
Right.
a very embarrassing moment, would it
That's
not?
okay.
Like,
Well,
I
I'm
thought
telling
you
the
were
guy,
Stephen
hey,
Miller.
we thought you were one of the White House stars. He's maybe fourth place in the White House stars, I think.
You know, like when you're in church as a kid and your
Yeah.
mother's grip gets a
Yeah.
little stronger when you're being
Yeah.
too loud and you should quiet down?
Yeah.
I had one of those moments yesterday.
What, during the...
Stephen Pastor, like, yeah. Should I say, is that Stephen Miller? Should I say it?
You were holding his hand?
Exactly.
Me and Dom always
yeah.
hold hands. You didn't know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I thought we were too loud
the
in the
glass.
interview room. That's always a problem. You forget you're in an interview room. Loosen up a little bit. I don't mind if people in a radio row, since there were only 5 there, not 7,
Mhm.
were loud or whatever. It doesn't bother me. It's fine. They just monopolized the guest, and she was walking out the doors. I had to talk to another interview. What do you do in that situation?
Sitting across the row from Todd Starnes, I was
Yeah.
genuinely thinking you were going to go just dip into his show and randomly appear on.
Oh, I thought he
You should have. You
thought
should
he
have.
was going to invite me over. Yes.
Yeah.
Would have.
What
brightened
happened?
up
Why
things.
weren't
Yeah.
you on it? What the heck?
I don't know.
Come on, Todd.
Yeah, come on, Todd. I don't know what you were doing there in Kansas. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get in. So what's that bad decision or bad choice? There's a big one still out there. And is Trump more consequential than Reagan? Since this Atlantic are, I agree. Even the Atlantic and all. How can you hate the guy when he gives you access? If somebody gives me access, I went through that with John Street, and listeners said the same thing. Hey, he was good enough to come on. We argued when he was mayor, back and forth, and then he still came on later. How can you get mad at that? They're giving you access. They're willing to take the back and forth. What more can you ask for? Right? I mean, it's an obvious thing. So why did Trump do it? The only thing I'd say is this. You know, he gives enough unfriendly interviews. That's taken away from friendly people who are very supportive. But he's got to do what he has to do to craft whatever narrative. And how does he lose if he talks to the Atlantic, even if they kill him? And the headline on the cover says, most consequential president of the century. That's all that you want from them. You can run with that. Trump knows that. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Your special announcement in a few days. Where are you going to be, Richard?
I've been invited by the White House, and I will be there to watch the president hand the Eagles Super Bowl trophy.
Oh, my
goodness. Very excited.
It's amazing.
Yes.
Rich Zeoli will not do what Sherelle Parker did.
Well, that was good luck, though, for us, Kel. We got to embrace the ELGLES.
Good luck.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Yo, it's Coop. You want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Of course you do. Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity, stream with a voice-activated remote. You can just sit back and enjoy, dude. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, you can game, you can work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. And for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV. And this is so cool, get a Samsung 43-inch class TV. Yes, a TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you. Connect all your devices at once at the speed that you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For VZ gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever's first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
This April, during Chevy Truck Month at Hester Chevrolet, purchase a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. For a great lease offer, drive home in a 2025 Chevy Trax just $279 a month, or a 2025 Chevy Equinox just $319 a month, both for 36 months. Hester Chevy, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out online at hesterchevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's ride.
Hester Chevrolet!
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. Saw this today, and I thought of Scott Presler, who's featured by a couple of national services that we use as the Republican secret weapon in both Pennsylvania and New Jersey. It's an Amish sawmill that burnt to the ground April 8th. Burns to the ground. The Amish, if you've seen Witness, you see the barn raising. They all come, hundreds of them together. They rebuild it, and it was operational again on the 16th. So it burns down April 8th. It takes them 8 days, and they don't have modern equipment or anything as far as I know, per se. And they have it up and running, rebuilt, giant building, too, within 8 days. How long would it take the federal government? How many years? What kind of environmental regulations? What kind of Amish, get out there, build that. It's a great thing in Witness. I think they build a barn in 1 day there. That may be a little bit, but 8 days, a fully operational sawmill that's pretty big. They have it up and running.
Wow.
And I immediately think of the genius of Scott Presler. These are the guys I'm going to go and recruit and turn out the Amish when we need a big vote. That's where he hits the hinterlands.
Can I also just give some credit down in North Carolina, in Chimney Rock Village? An Amish group actually took it upon themselves to travel down there, and for the past 6 months have been greatly repairing an entire community down there and doing a great job doing so.
Yeah, this is the issue with the antsiness of Trump, et cetera, with the federal government. I mean, it's slow. It's a monopoly. So the executive order he signed yesterday, one that's underrated. I've been kidding about this with Giordano University, but I would consider it, based on this order, it not only is going to go after these colleges to be discredited or unaccredited based upon the DEI policies. They're changing the accreditation process. But one of the reasons colleges are so high is it's a monopoly. There's a group, as I understand it, really, the major group is only about 6 people, and they come up with all these things that you have to be called an accredited college. Like you need a library of a certain size. Why? I mean, if you want to cut cost, you could certainly make it that people could go to a college, get a good education for under $10,000, maybe even $8,000, even in these prices right now. That could be done. Well, I wouldn't get a good education. What are you talking about? How much of college is the accoutrements? I mean, it's almost like ski lodges or swim clubs or something. The arms race to go to these colleges, and kids do it. They get sucked into it. They pay a big, big fee. When Rutgers charges $400,000 to DoorDash for the dinners, just for a football team and coaches, you see where money goes, and this all adds up. In other words, I didn't see him say it yesterday. He's got a million details in mind. But what happens here is it's not just about stopping Harvard. Could they discredit Harvard, mean it not be accredited? Yeah, they could. I'd love to see it based upon what oh, my God, you're doing that to Harvard? Would people still go to Harvard? Yeah, they would, but we'd have a big fight. Hey, that piece of paper, it says Harvard on it. You can't come in here. That's not a college degree, not recognized. But it's more open this door to cheaper and cheaper alternatives where people could get a college degree without going into debt for crazy amounts. That's what we're looking to try to do. That's what the beauty is in this whole thing that I hope they take apart. I didn't hear that quite yet. That's what I'm going to be trying to push for and remind them of. That's where the opportunity is. All right, let me go to Scott in Mount Laurel. And Scott, you're in on Talk Radio 1210. Afternoon, Scott. Hi. We were just talking about you. Where's Scott in Mount Laurel been?
We did just have that
conversation. Yeah, we just had that conversation. Is that Stephen Miller over there?
He talked me up.
Doing the math. Basketball season's just ending, right?
Right. So. Scott, what's so harm at yelling, hey, Stephen Miller, love what you said about due process and infinity? The guy would say, I'm not Stephen Miller. Well, I loved it anyhow. I mean, it's no harm, right?
Yeah, you said I wasn't trying to tell Stephen Miller. I was just trying to tell you that I love Stephen Miller.
That's right.
But so many good topics there. I want to try to touch on almost all of them. The education thing is huge. It's a freedom issue. Again, let people decide if they think that these unaccredited degrees are going to be good. And if they don't want to hire those people, then people won't go to those colleges.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Scott, though, I have to break this down. And, for broad listeners, I got to cut out the minutia. As I'm told, it's only about 6 people that determine accrediting, and it's a monopoly that you have to go through all these hoops. Why do you need a library of 20 to 40,000 books? It would be nice. I like libraries. But if you can't do that and you can provide a low-cost college education through online, et cetera, what's wrong with that?
Well, as usual, it's about control. They don't want people to be able to infringe on what they're indoctrinating people. And the money. They want to make the huge money.
They want to make the huge money. Yep.
I mean, the reality is it's worse than that. These student loans that the government provides, they're the one thing that you cannot write off in bankruptcy. Did you know that?
Yes,
loans,
I did.
You cannot write off in bankruptcy.
And I'm glad you made that point. And up until now, they didn't care because they would look the other way. But guess what? While we were there, Caroline Levitt pronouncing they're going to go after every dime on this. If the student loan is no different than other stuff. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, so it's really a big racket. They get the government to pay for it, or temporarily pay for it. Grants, sometimes they pay for it. Loans, they can't write it off. I mean, it's really a huge, and like I said, you can't. There's no competition. Can't go anywhere else. But on the other thing that lines up with schooling is school choice. Is how many arguments could we stop if we just had school choice? We wouldn't have to argue about what the schools are teaching. You want to learn, some theory, whatever that theory was, the liberation theory, go to that school, and I can send my kid to the school I want and not be forced to pay taxes to a school that I don't want to use.
Well, Scott, I've teased this. Next week, we'll give all the details. We're excited, Dan, working with me on it, and some big people nationally. We're launching a school choice parental rights podcast, and we hope to have people like, you'll appreciate this, Jalen Rose on, who's an African-American athlete and then sports media person who runs a charter school now.
Yeah. I mean, there's the reason that there's huge lines to get into these charter schools. People vote with their feet, as Milton Friedman would say. That's where they want to go. There's a good reason, because the schools are better and they cater more to what the students and their families want. And, of course, people that want to control everybody, they don't want that, as usual. Same thing with the colleges. But onto the consequential nature of the presidencies, I think that Trump, if he were able really to dismantle this, he would become probably the most consequential president, more than Reagan. But Reagan has, not only is the Soviet Union, but he was the one who got tax rates under somewhat of control. They're still too high, but he brought them from the 80% and all that. He had to do all these jump through hoop write-offs and things to try to pay a reasonable number, and he got that down.
Well, right. Let's say that again for people who don't have living memory. If you were in certain income brackets, I think some of them were actually at 90%. 90% of your wage,
I think that's true,
was going to go to the government, and then for some, just around the 1%, it was about 80%. Well, you're not going to be encouraged to work hard and make more money for what if they're taking 80%?
Exactly. And as far as the most consequential of this century, unfortunately, I think so far it's George W. Bush, because he had a Republican House, a Republican Senate coming off of a balanced budget when he got in office. And he opened the door to make both parties guilty of big government and overspending. And that was a huge blow to trying to control the government.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. What's your bad choice?
My bad choice ties in with what we were just talking about income tax, was passing the 16th Amendment. And it was the same argument at the time. It was that, we're only going to tax the super rich, and it's going to be 1 or 2% or whatever small number. And before you know it, the taxes within like 10 or 15 years, the highest tax bracket was at 90%, and the thing was totally out of control.
Irv Homer, the creature of Jekyll Island.
And that's what they use to control people, is the income tax.
Sure.
That is the number one thing. If we got rid of that, we would have so much more freedom.
Absolutely, Scott. Irv Homer, the creature of Jekyll Island. All right, coming up, President Trump also signed an executive order boosting AI in classrooms, even kindergarten. Am I on board with this? And I just saw a woman on TV say, they're learning 2.5 times faster. I'm going to debunk all this stuff, and if I had Trump's ear, don't sign this. It's bogus. Don't do it.
2.5 times faster. Like
2.5 times faster.
Like it's a podcast you're trying to finish quickly.
Spell cat. K-A-T. Oh, that was pretty good, Johnny.
Good enough.
That's 2.5 times faster than you misspelled it the last time.
Oh, my gosh.
Lou Gall got me to be the master of ceremonies and the whole thing for a spelling bee, and I had to check, and I could have walked off. These kids are supposed to be the big spellers. They had a round to go around, and if you misspelled, you still run out. They had to get their feet wet.
Do you consider yourself a spelling expert?
Well, sure. Yeah, I won contests myself. But the problem was this one kid kept on trying to pronounce the word after I pronounced it. Cat. Kid spelled cat. Did you say cot? No, I said cat, and I get tired of it. He was trying to do that in case he missed. And we had bells ringing and all that. It was quite I wish I had a tape of that.
We got to bring back the spelling bee.
Yeah, the spelling bee's fun. Okay.
Awesome. Like the Dom show spelling bee. Like
Yeah.
we used to have listeners call in, we'd give them a word and have them.
Skookle's pretty hard. But
like
yeah.
fuchsia.
Fuchsia, yes.
Ooh.
Do you know how to spell fuchsia? Anybody?
F-U-S-C-H-I-A.
Wrong.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
No, he's wrong.
too.
He's
That's
wrong.
pretty
Do
good.
you know how to spell it, Dom?
Yes, F-U-S-C-I-A.
Nope, wrong.
What is it?
F-U-C-H-S-I-A-A.
Ah, okay.
I don't think so.
F-U-C-H-S-I-A.
I think that's a bogus dictionary you're looking at.
Fuchsia.
I think that's wrong. Okay. All right. It is all of that.
Is Google wrong? No, they're never wrong.
Well,
are you looking at the AI?
Yeah.
Is the AI giving you that answer?
Encyclopedia Britannica. F-U-C-H-S-I-A.
Oh, what do they know?
F-U-C-H-S-I-A for fuchsia.
How's it spelled in the Pokemon games? Maybe that's what I'm going
All right. 855-839-1210.
Onomatopoeia.
Let's talk about how they spell fuchsia in Sicily. All right, Sicily's known for fuchsia. It's known for a few other things, too. The Germans, the Romans, the Spaniards, the Normans even, way back. They all left their cultural mark. We're going to do that, too, with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. We are all headed there, the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. Headed to Europe, Ro and I and you and a ton of Talk Radio 1210 listeners will be escorted around by our guides from Conservative Tours, Ken Chase, nobody better. All this $55.44, including airfare. The dining events I've told you, and Leslie was just on at one of them in Venice, are unbelievable. I mean, the camaraderie, the food, but the locales, the local color. That's where they know to take you to experience all this. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. You also enjoy the Godfather tour part of it. That's right, all three movies, the locales from those movies, and the crown jewel of Sicily, Taormina. I'll see you on Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque. We'll see you in Savoca. Call now, 888-733-9494.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Let us help you find your dream home. A home loan with American Heritage Credit Union has rates lower than the national average. Our team will guide you through every step, from pre-approval to getting your keys. With the MyCU Home Connection program, you'll have access to exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal housing opportunity. NMLS 433838.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of Cherry Hill is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of Cherry Hill has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at kiaofcherryhill.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah. It's been a minute, Dom. It's been a minute, but we're going to talk some sports to round out the hour here.
Ooh, NFL draft tonight. Oh,
yeah, a little NFL draft. How are we feeling about the draft tonight, Dom? What do you expect the Eagles to do?
They're going to trade back, I think.
Trade back? You don't think they trade up into that top 10 maybe, try and grab a blue chip prospect?
Well, I hope
not many
they
of
don't
them.
pick the guy from Mississippi. Here we go again. Character issues, etc. But Philadelphia says he can kill somebody. We just want to win.
Look, we got a good culture here. I think we could turn anyone around, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't want to be that guy because I had a meeting with Dawn after her. Did you guys hit Dom's usual socialist take of the NFL draft yet?
I did mention it.
Yeah.
And, again, it's clear. How else? You guys wouldn't like to be drafted and told.
Dom, if they pay me millions of dollars, you can send me to Omaha.
But wait a minute, though. Why? Because you have talent. Let's say it was me. And they're paying me a lot, right? Greg Stocker?
Yeah.
You can't send me to Buffalo. I don't want to do talk radio, and I don't want to do talk radio in New York.
But you were drafted there, Dom. That's how it works.
I would be completely.
You need some kind of parity between these markets, like Buffalo, Green Bay, and Philadelphia, New York.
Well, I wouldn't know it like I know Philadelphia. It would be completely stupid to do it.
So
not only that, Maisie might not like Buffalo, I'm sure.
She might like it. She likes the cold.
I'm sure.
Her grandparents had a house up in upstate New York
get her
for a
on
while.
the
you know?
phone. Yeah, I think she likes the warmer weather, but okay.
Any position of value you want to see from the Eagles, Dom? Hit on first?
Well, probably defensive back. I think that's where they're weak.
Yeah, I think either that or D-line's probably the way to go. But, one thing they won't take is the quarterback. I'm fairly certain they won't take any quarterback. Well, I think we like Tanner McKee enough, and we like Dorian Thompson-Robinson now. He just came over from the Browns in that Kenny Pickett
How about
trade.
that prospect out of Wisconsin you got there, Henry?
Yeah. How about Democrat Governor Tony Evers? This is a YouTube alert here.
Yeah, now this is, let's slow down here. People, I don't care where you are. You got to get to YouTube. And this is not fictional as far as I've been told. I would have liked to challenge this guy to a throw. First of all, he's using a football that I admire because it's like a Nerf, it looks like, sort of. And even with this, now this is the Democrat governor of Wisconsin, and it's almost like they're satirizing themselves to put this out.
Play that.
Well, yeah, we're going to play this clip. Ready? Here we go.
Yeah.
Go on, Tony.
Oh, no, Tony. Oh, gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh.
I don't know how old this guy is, but he looks frailer than Joe Biden in this. He doesn't just look, he just looks frail.
Yeah, can't get the shoulders, rotate all the way back. There's no follow-through. He stops short.
Yeah. So, Dom,
it's a tough one.
On your left, there is a screen of prospects, and I want you to play the role of Mel Kiper.
Okay.
Henry playing the role of Mel Kiper. Mm-hmm. Henry, why don't you introduce our next prospect?
Yeah, so our next prospect is a golden boy out of New York State. Not necessarily known for his arm, but more his communication skills. But so we'll see how good of a quarterback you think he is once I play this video.
Yeah.
UPenn grad.
Young Donald Trump takes the throw and right through the circle.
Looks like a spiral to me. And, you know what, too? The commenter I'd make. How did a guy with hair like that let himself do this hair? I've just never understood. He had really good hair, and I agree with him preserving the hair, the scalp treatment he had done, the operation. But then you can't do what he's done here.
All right, so you're judging based on hair. Where does so versus those two? I'm assuming you'd go with Donald Trump as the higher on the board.
Throw. That throw was
all right,
pretty
so we got one more prospect who also has great hair. Take a watch.
Yeah.
See that guy run over by the back?
Giordano's throw. Wait, we're gonna compare those two.
Look
at this windup at youtube.com/@12WPHT. Right on the money there, Dom. You got another one coming here.
The guy I was throwing to was a pretty small target there. I'm just saying, yes.
Yeah, but then you also have another.
All right, let's not show this one.
No. Well, we got to show the entire video.
Yeah.
You get the ball back.
Entire
here,
body
Dom.
of work here.
Okay.
Yes, and what we're seeing here is Dom throwing some footballs at a recent event. He gets the ball back. Then he throws it to David Somerset, who's wide open in the clear. Winds up. I'm talking like a moron like I am right now. I'm doubling up on my voice. Winds up.
Hold it 1 second. You hold it? Can you just hold it? Wait a minute. Linda Kearns, an attorney there, doesn't stop this. She should be jumping up and go, no, you can't do this. Something might get broken.
That is Linda sitting right in front of you there.
Yeah,
she actually has to duck during this throw. So winds up for David Somerset, and here we go. Just throw the ball, Dom. Throw the ball.
It's got a light
Too much
over
time
him.
in the pocket.
Boom. And that is that video proof, Dom, of the time that you wound up, had your nice football throw, completely missed your target, though, with David Somerset and almost took off the head of a beautiful woman.
Yeah, but let's go back. Let's take that back to the Henry. You can clearly see the light there. I didn't want to hit the light or the window.
Light.
I was going low. Yeah, look at he's standing under a light.
Oh, come on. You can't blame the light.
Linda Kern, stop me.
Yeah, sure. I think what happened, Dom, is maybe your accuracy is just not as great as you think it might be.
You know what I think? I think those lights in the building were just too bright.
Oh, that's true.
Is that
too.
what it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a great
So
piece.
final thing, where are you going to rank yourself compared to the other two?
Well, to Tony Evers, I could take a baby and have the baby do it back. A 5-year-old. All right. Little X. Get Little X and Tony Evers.
I got you on my big board right under Jackson Dart and in between Tyler Shuck. So.
Okay.
One of the weaknesses of Dom's
rounder
big board commentary, though, is can't throw a football 40 yards. So.
Well, but the strength is this. You're not going to sack me out of fear. I'm getting rid of that ball. Doesn't have to be the laces or whatever. In 0.4 seconds, the ball touches my skin, it's out. I don't care where it's going. Stop the charge. You're not going to hit me here.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. Well, coming up and during this break, you can also go back and check out those videos as well.
Yeah, nice job, Henry, there, putting those together, or Dan, or whoever did it, because, yes. So, Henry, who did the Eagles pick tonight then? What do you think?
I like Nick Emenwari out of South Carolina. He's a big 6'3", 220-pound safety. I think we could use someone like that intimidating over the middle.
A first-round pick for a safety.
Well, I mean, we're at the back of the first round. Either that or they trade back, accumulate some more second-day picks,
right?
And, go after more, other positions like the defensive line, whether it's D-tackle, D-end, the safety position. Tight end is going to be a huge point of need if Dallas Goedert is to be traded this week or leading up to training camp. It'll be interesting to see where they go.
So you guys don't buy this. There's something wrong with telling a person where to go.
I have no problem with it. I think it's cool. I mean, it kind of stinks.
It's American, yeah.
It kind of stinks if you go to a place like Carolina or Jacksonville where there's not a lot of hope.
Again, suppose you have to go to Buffalo.
It's a challenge. It's a new challenge for you to take.
I would love to hear your argument because also Dom's in favor of relegation in the NFL.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Essentially having teams, giving them the ability like they have in Europe. Like soccer.
Yeah, if there were enough teams, I would agree.
Where everyone's a free agent from the time that they're young and...
That would be my goal.
You can sign them
you mean
like a youth squad.
You mean like transfers and stuff?
You can sign anybody you want under any terms. Yeah.
Oh man, that's the transfer portal. You're seeing it play out in college athletics right now.
Okay. Yeah. There you go. College is at least a little bit of doing that. All right. Nice work though. That's a great. We have to rerun that tomorrow one more time. Tony Evers, though, if you missed it, you can see it. Go and see it. How in the world would this guy put that out there? It's just hard to imagine. All right. Coming up, though, Dan and I did not meet, but we got a pretty good description. If you're on Twitter, rapid response is brilliant. For the Trump side, they are rapidly responding. And we'll try to describe the woman telling us about the crew that Trump has.
Greatly descriptive name.
Yeah, on Twitter, and exactly what they do. He's hosting the premier of Norway today, which is an interesting choice. We're running out of countries here. And we saw the place where they all come in. It was very good stuff. All right, it's the side question, much in play. Hit us with that all-time bad decision or choice. Somebody had to choose something. Nobody's gotten the constitutional one yet. 855-839-1210. And is Reagan more consequential or is Trump? This is a good decision by Trump. It's unique. Would Joe Biden be interviewed by anybody? Extensive. I mean, they're going to grill him, but it doesn't matter. The Atlantic, the headline's going to say the most consequential president of this century. Maybe the most consequential ever. Even if you see the downside, you got to say, this is a consequential president. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they don't believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising safety. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn and family deserve the best, so call the best. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Investigators say a 19-year-old man set wood pallets on fire and sparked the massive wildfire in Ocean County. South Philly neighbors packed a community meeting to complain about the noise, litter, and traffic problems outside Angelo's Pizzeria. And donations are pouring into a South Jersey baseball league for people with disabilities after someone stole their gear.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, this is coming off when you look at the NFL draft or the NBA draft, maybe even more, some of the worst decisions. All these people putting all that money, all that time, all that expertise into it. How can they pick a guy like Ben Simmons? Or you name some of the Sixers. Or the Eagles picked, what was he, a 27-year-old fireman?
Danny Watkins.
Danny Watkins. I think he was 27, too. And they said, well, he has less wear and tear on him. All right, then.
Did you check if he actually liked football? That's
right, exactly.
Big part of that.
Yeah, exactly. So all these geniuses, we're talking in history, though, worst decisions or choices. No one's come up with a constitution. Oh, here it is. Let me get this one done. And then we have a breaking story at Westchester University. And Dan and I met the woman yesterday telling us about the rapid response guy or team for Trump. If you're on Twitter and you follow rapid response, they are amazing. I mean, this is the arm of Trump on Twitter that instantaneously is on top of stuff. Tom of Marlton. Hey, Tom, we haven't heard of you from you for quite a while, and we got your seat at the bar at Mulligan's as long as you wear the classic Hawaiian shirts.
Well, I will be there, and I'll be wearing one of the shirts.
Oh, good, good. So
they're so classic. The one time I ran into him in church, he was wearing one. It was great.
Well, I have about 20 of them, so I have a lot to choose from.
That's great. So what do you have today, Tom?
Well, I have a couple of things. You did help me out a little bit, Dom, with a couple of the clues, but I was thinking back, Prohibition, because I know it was in the 20s, and I know they banned alcohol, and that's what really got a lot of the gangsters going there, and a lot of people died.
Yep.
And then they made it legal again.
Yeah, the bad decision was banning it in the beginning, the Volstead Act. Yes.
Yeah, and I know Al Capone had a field day with making a lot of that bootleg money.
And, I mean, that's what they were fighting over. It was a precursor of the drug trade today.
And also one of your buddies, Joe Kennedy.
Yeah,
I was going to say Al Capone.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Tom, are you a fan? I would tell people, if it's on, I'm watching it. Just the Sean Connery, the great lines in there. And Costner's pretty good as Elliot Ness. The Untouchables.
Oh, the Untouchables. Oh, yeah, great one.
The sweeping, the music of it is stirring beyond belief. And Sean Connery is better in that than almost anything I can imagine.
He's top notch anyway. Well, not anymore, but he was.
Yeah. Tom, that's a great one.
Yeah, good one.
Thank you, Tom. Prohibition. Yeah. It's a Chicago way. What is it? I should have the line memorized. He puts one of yours in the hospital. You put two of his in the morgue. He brings a knife. You bring a gun. You know, that kind of thing. And this is in church that Sean Connery tells That's what you have to do. Yeah, exactly. I tell it to people running for mayor in Philadelphia. Are you kidding me? One candidate said I showed up and there were 200 guys screaming, blank, 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 shut up and drowning me out. What would you have me do? Have 300 guys there that are going to tune them up so you can continue to talk. If you want to be mayor of Philadelphia, that's what you have to do. If not, well, nobody says you have to run for mayor. All right. So, Dan, you're looking at this too. We're looking on Twitter. One of the chapter leaders of the Turning Point USA, the Charlie Kirk group, for listeners that know this name, they're bringing Chloe Cole to Westchester. Now, again, we're not at Penn. We're not at Drexel, sad to say. They're pretty bad, too. What's the other one in town? Swarthmore, one of those, Haverford. We're at Westchester, the Teachers College, Westchester. They're bringing Chloe Cole, who is a detransitioner, someone who transitioned, went through all that.
Yeah, a person that actually went through this. And
went through it.
Now.
Well, if you remember, thanks to Bill Devlin, we had our buddy, the good doctor out there in Gladwin, No Left Turn, was bringing Chloe Cole here. It was at a Marriott. It was all set. They paid. They did all of it. And then when the Marriott got a couple of phone calls, they dropped her. Bill Devlin got her to be able to speak at the evangelical big campus up in Northeast Philadelphia. And a heartbeat he did. Someone who went through it and now regrets it and talks about how difficult her life is because you don't come back from those surgeries, is going to be speaking there. So because of that, they attacked the chapter president right there on the quadrangle, it looks like to me. And again, they punched him and all. That is bad, but they spat upon him. They were spitting on him. You spit on someone, I think the police got to drag you out of there by your hair. The spitting stuff. What kind of punks think they can spit on people? And they sucker punch him. They just attacked him from the side. And again, this is at Westchester. So we're going to see what Westchester does about this. I mean, he's pressing charges. I think they arrested him. But if this is a student on their campus, what are they going to do about this? And what's it going to be like when Chloe Cole speaks there? I would say Chloe Cole is more radioactive as far as being shut down than even Riley Gaines. It's close. This goes on all the time. And how much have colleges been in the news that Trump has taken them on, starting with Harvard? Westchester doesn't have several of the colleges that don't have good records either. Various things have happened over the year. Look, I expect it from Penn, maybe even Drexel, sadly, and a couple of other places. From Westchester, I would expect they would support this student and they would send a message. This is not going to happen here. You're going to be kicked out at the very least. You're going to be expelled, and full charges are going to be pressed on you for this assault. We'll see. We're trying to reach some people on this as this situation develops. But again, every time this happens on these college camps, I mean, Alan West even once they tried to shut, and he's not a guy you shut down easily from speaking at an event. He continued. But the spitting thing ought to take any decent person to say, I don't care. That's it. You're getting beyond the full breach of the law. Even physically attacking people, of course, but spitting on them too. What kind of people do this that think that you can ever resort to that? Well, the very people, they're not going to give it up on the trans thing. This woman is a threat to them. Or I don't know. I don't know what term even to use here with the detransitioning. This person is a threat, just like Riley Gaines is a huge threat. So what do? They know on college campuses, they can get away with this stuff by and large. And that's what Trump is drilling down on by taking on Harvard and these others. And by this accrediting process that he signed an executive order on yesterday. I want them to turn that to say, I want them to replace the board that's there now. I want to put people on there that say, we want to give America a low-cost college that's not going to indoctrinate. There's attempts at this, but it needs more support. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let me take one more here. All-time bad choice. Prohibition was a very good one. Let's go to Bill in Bucks. Hey, Bill. Good afternoon. Yo, Bill, are you there? All right, that was a poor choice. All right, we'll get more coming up. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
And still, we have this copy here. You'll win today a pair of Fandango movie codes to see Thunderbolts from Marvel Studios, only in theaters May 2nd.
That's a bad idea, having a movie only in 1 day.
1 day. Oh, we got to go see it because it's only here for 1 day. That gets the buzz going, I guess. Maybe.
That might work.
All right, what do we have for this today?
Today we're asking, that all-time bad decision.
Yes.
A lot of times in music, a bad decision is leaving the band you become successful with in hopes that you can cut it as a solo performer.
Oh, God,
a lot of times people
Yeah.
do not end up being successful in that endeavor. So I'm going to play you a woman who was prominently featured in a band. I want to know the band she departed from. Dan, is that what we're looking for today?
Yeah, looking for the band she departed from.
Band she departed from. Will we accept her answer as just her as a
Yeah,
solo
her name's
artist?
fine
yeah,
as well.
Her name's fine as well. All right, so I'm going to play you a song from this person.
Can I give a clue?
Sure, go ahead.
2006, inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
okay.
Boy, okay. I didn't know that.
All right.
So yeah, I'm going to play her a song off this.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which is fraudulent.
The Philadelphia Italian American Hall of Fame.
Oh, is it the Philadelphia American Hall of Fame?
No.
Okay.
Not quite.
Okay.
All right, but I'm going to play a song off this person's solo album. I want to know either the person or the band they departed from.
You were polyphonic, really thick, wasting time, dropping lines like I could get you into movies.
Oh, this is terrible.
But we wound up at Hojo's for hamburgers to go.
Hamburgers. The way
That
she
was
said
terrible.
hamburgers,
And I'm
is
only
that right?
playing that snippet because I
that's
realize,
enough.
I don't want to play the chorus because people
Okay.
out there might get it. So.
All right. Hit us with that, and you are off to the movies, sort of, at least at home. You can get in at 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Test me, your diplomatic drag depressed me. The glitter in your eyes undressed me.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audion Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audion is easy to trust. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's exactly right. All right, let's hear the clue again.
You came into my life to test me. Your diplomatic drag depressed me. The glitter in your eyes undressed me. You were poly slick, really thick, wasting time, dropping lines like I could get you into movies.
So Dan says, wow, bad. I'd say a bit unusual, but a Hall of Fame. That Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they're nuts.
I'd say, better with the band, but this
Right.
style of music totally fits the era.
And I think the
bad
the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame seems like they have 40,000 people in there.
Oh, everyone's
you know?
going in now.
Yeah,
Give it enough
that's
time.
why it's all fraudulent. Yeah, exactly. Let's go to Sandy in Wilmington. All right, Sandy, who is it?
Hi, I think that's Deb Harry from Blondie.
Hey!
Very nice. So, do you think Deb Harry belongs in the Hall of Fame?
Oh, Blondie definitely belongs in the Hall of Fame. So.
Not Deb Harry's solo career, that's for sure.
Okay, right. I'll put you on hold. Thank you, Sandy. Nicely played. Boy, some of the time there is no form of music we can't put up. Dan, you once did something on some goofy instrument a guy invented. They got it.
Yeah.
As I remember.
Yeah, it was like that weird Mongolian
the Mongolian thing, yes.
throat singing.
Yeah.
The one time.
They still got it. Right on the money, ready to go. Okay, so we're watching this Westchester thing, which is exactly big college. Even a place like Westchester crawls with this. How do you think you can attack a guy who's doing, I don't know if he's doing a news thing or whatever, as a campus president of Turning Point USA, conservative group on campus, which they are, the funny thing is, more and more are becoming conservatives. Now, the numbers are still dwarfed by the mob on the other side, and they don't like the fact that a young person who decided to transition, I guess, to male, and now is detransitioning, trying to, is either speaking there tonight or in the near future, as far as I can tell, at Westchester. They're pressing charges, they're arrested, and the spitting part got me as an example of this, and just the fact that they're telling you, you can't come on a college campus and have someone who has gone through this, even more than Riley Gaines, speak. They're not allowed to do it. This is fascism. If they do it, you spit on them and attack them, and you're protecting against fascism. We know why it is. Colleges send the message that, by and large, you're going to get away with this stuff. And we've seen countless people go through this. And my message always is just keep talking, but sometimes it's fairly hard. We played you Byron Donalds a little bit earlier, who called out fellow Republicans. He had quite a ferocious town hall, but he got through it. They arrested people. They took people out. And he said that's what Republicans have to do. I love that guy, and that's one of the reasons. If you're in Congress, I maintain on either side, you have to have open, in-person town halls. If you can't do that, you don't deserve to be in Congress. Well, what's the point of going through this? The point is that politics is hand-to-hand combat. And if you can't get that politically, you got to show them they're not going to shut you down. That's the bottom line. Then hold it in their face. Think of Byron Donalds. That's exactly what he does. He welcomes it. That doesn't mean you're going to scream and shut them down. They're going to take you out. Well, how many are you going to take out? As many as you have to. Well, that's not really productive. Get the message. It's not about productive. This is a political move saying Republicans are not going to be pushed around in this matter. They're going to face you down, and they're going to take you out, every single one of you, when you disrupt. Why in the world would you not do that? All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210. One other thing with this Chloe Cole. Beth Ann Rossica, writing at Delaware Valley Journal today, says, regardless of the reason, the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center policy change is good for kids. The University of Pittsburgh Medical Center announced the termination of gender-affirming care for for children. In a statement, they said directives from the federal government is the reason for ending services. Now, it would be better if they said, you know what, we're not going to do this ghastly stuff that ends up with people like Chloe Cole, who for life now are trying to detransition. And let's face it, I mean, how are you going to do that once you go through these surgeries? How are you going to, it's just ghastly to imagine. Yet, you get spat on and attacked at Westchester for bringing her to bring her point of view there. Based on what? Based on what they've made college the home court of these punks in this type of operation. Be it anti-Semitism, be it anti-anything that strikes them away from their worldview, they're going to attack. So good for them. But Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is one of my great disappointments. Luke was in there. It was a wonderful hospital for him. He had meningitis when he was 18 months. But until they stop this stuff, I can't support them. I mean, you just can't be the cheerleader for this when they're engaged in something this ghastly. And why are they doing it? I think they're well-funded enough. They don't have to do it for the money, but the money's a lot. Are there some activists there? Yeah, there's some activists that have control, and they're running this agenda, and I believe they're taking away from the reputation of one of the greatest hospitals in the world, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. It's sad, it's disappointing, but they have to be challenged. They shouldn't be doing this. We'll look back on this. We already are. But I mean, more people will look back on this and go, you did what? You did what with people like Chloe Cole? Are you kidding me? Did you put kids through this sort of torture? Well, they wanted to do it. They're kids. Well, their parents went along with it. Well, do we say they can go along with anything that their kid tells them they want to know? We don't. We have common sense on this. And no, they shouldn't be able to do this. If they're past whatever the age is to be not a minor in the state, I don't like it, but okay. You're an adult now legally. You can make these decisions, you and your parents. But until then, you're not doing this stuff. Puberty blocker's bad enough, but the other surgeries, and that's what she went through. We'll see when she's coming to Westchester, and tomorrow maybe get a little bit more on this. But Westchester shouldn't be a place where you think this stuff happens, but it doesn't matter. And in fact, the Big Six, or whatever they're calling themselves, I believe it's all of them, presidents at 5 colleges, so maybe Drexel's not involved, I'm not sure. University of Penn, Temple, Villanova, and a bunch of others Well, no, they're not the Big Five. It's Bryn Mawr. My thing's cut off here. They, 5 area Philadelphia colleges, all got together, joining 340 more higher education leaders, signed a statement condemning the Trump administration for unprecedented government overreach and political interference because of what they're doing with Harvard. Guess what? You're losers. You're going to lose on this. This is a 70-30, 80-20. America wants Harvard put in its place. America wants these so-called elites sitting on $53 billion to be taken on. People are happy about this. I'm happy when they take on Penn, insulated by their money and their connections to do whatever the hell they want. Maybe not anymore. Take it out of your endowment. You want to do life-saving stuff for Americans? That's what your complaint is here, and Trump doesn't get that. Just take it out of your kitty there. You have enough money. You can do it forever. Get your alumni to contribute more. You have a cure for something? Good. Knock yourself out. No, it's not about that. It's about taking on these colleges at every level. And that's what Trump did with those executive orders yesterday, as far as accrediting them. And these are some more targets here. Villanova, right? Villanova again here. Is Villanova endangered by what Trump is doing out there on the main line? Temple, another usual suspect. You know what, Temple? I think I'm a little bit more endangered walking on your campus. Don't you, President Fry? Would you like to come on and tell me how Trump is endangering Temple students? You don't seem to have very good control of protecting said Temple students. We've seen that with the nicer weather and their attacks for nothing. They're just walking around near the campus. We read you that email that Steve Keeley put up from a mom who sent it to them. Her son wasn't going back to the apartment complex that he stays on at Temple. What should parents do? Well, don't send them to places like Temple. They're not going to protect your kids. They can't even protect their own cops, nor do they even try. They're afraid they'll be accused of brutality, racism, or something else. They will not maintain control. So Trump is endangering Temple. He's the one endangering those kids every day, their academic education. How about the fact they're scared to death to walk around there? The smart ones and the dopey ones should be scared to death. I know Philadelphia. I'm not walking around outside that campus bubble, even a little bit. You got to be nuts. Your car breaks down there, call someone, run for your life. Get out of there. That's the bottom line. That's what we ought to be telling people. All right, Dan, you got something here, a little breaking news here from Dan. Henry?
Let's break real quick because I want to see how we talk about this, if we bring on a guest or not with it.
Okay, sure.
Ooh.
All right, that may be coming up. We got the lightning round 2. Get a winner today. Great side question. Yesterday, the addresses, that was impressive. Hey, it said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with the crossroads of civilization, the Spaniards, the Germans, tons of people left their cultural mark. Look, Ro and I have been to Italy twice. It's been fabulous. But when this was offered, we'd said, wow, Sicily. Maybe it was the White Lotus. Maybe it's what I read. You know what it was, too? I loved how Patton beat Montgomery to Palermo. Remember that? Have you seen the World War II films? We're going to be hitting all those spots. The Mediterranean, Europe, and Sicily and Calabria this fall. $55.44, including airfare. That's a great deal. Conservative Tours, that's the name to remember. The dining events. You hit the real locales, the real food, wine. And you're doing it with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. If you've always wanted to go, how can you not jump at this fall? Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. Don't forget the Godfather part of the tour. Visit the locals. We'll see them from the movie, Mount Etna, Savoca, Taormina. It's all there. Call that number, 888-733-9494.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy. Like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Weather sponsored by First Bank.
We'll get down to 53 overnight, mainly clear though. For tomorrow, a high of 81 again, a mix of clouds and sun. Saturday, 77, but rain is expected. Sunday, a lot cooler, high 66, but lots of sunshine. And Monday, we're in the mid-70s again.
Ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, breaking news here with Linda Kearns, and we're coming to your calls. And I have something on Linda Kearns that we'll get to after the serious breaking news. Linda was on earlier today previewing a voter integrity, voting rights, all that type of thing. And now we have a decision, another federal judge, as I understand it, blocking the Trump administration. Hey, Linda, welcome in. What's happening?
Hey, Dom, how are you? I remember you guys had really talked a lot about Trump's executive order that he issued on March 25th, 2025, and it was called Preserving and Protecting the Integrity of American Elections. And he had directed the Election Assistance Commission to ask about citizenship on forms and so forth. It was all directed at this, a lot of it was directed at this non-citizen voting. And a district court judge in the District Court of District of Columbia just issued a preliminary injunction stopping and halting some of Trump's executive order.
So, again, we have another one of these judges. So how does that happen here? What's your sense of the standing on this? Is there any rationale for this other than he joins this cadre, Linda, of federal judges exceeding their power that the Supreme Court's dawdling on, ruling on?
Right. So when Trump's executive order came out, I thought that there would be a lot of lawsuits because what the Trump administration is trying to do is bring attention to a lot of these issues because our laws are designed that states and local governments administer elections, and that our founders really didn't envision the federal government having too heavy of a hand in it. But what his executive order did is he what it tried to do was tailor to what the federal government actually had power over. And he had said that the Election Assistance Commission shall make sure that on its mail-in voter registration forms, the national forms, that it required documentary proof of United States citizenship. And that's what the district judge halted and said, I'm going to enter a preliminary injunction and you cannot require that. And another one that was really interesting was, as you know, and this happened during the Biden administration, when Biden issued an executive order basically saying that anytime you touch a federal government agency, you should be offered a voter registration form. And that's a popular tool of Democrats because they figure if they offer voter registration forms to everyone who's showing up in any government agency, they'll get more voters on the rolls. So what the Trump administration had done in their executive order was said, hey, before you offer them a voter registration form, look at their identification and try to assess whether or not they're a citizen. And if they're not a citizen, don't give them a voter registration form. And the judge halted that part too. So the good news is this is just a preliminary injunction, so it will be ongoing, meaning this case will be ongoing and there'll be a chance to fight back. But I think the best part of Trump's executive order, and I thought this at the time and I still think it is, he's bringing these issues to the forefront, and he's telegraphing to the states, hey, get your act together. We need to make sure that we are not putting non-citizens on the voter rolls. So I'm doing what I can as president. I'm issuing these executive orders, but you states who draft the laws, who put the laws into place, who administer your elections, you need to step up to the plate and make sure your laws are strong. So obviously, it's disappointing that this judge preliminary halted this, but this case will just continue on.
Yeah, you're talking about the Trump strategy is sound to bring it to the fore. Linda, the advice I would give here, putting on my legal hat, and I remember this giving it.
Even though you never passed the bar, but
that's
go ahead.
right. To Tom, well, it's a practical thing to Tom Corbett. And if he had done it, we might have voter ID. He had all the governments lined up. We had the House, we had him, and we had the Senate. He was not good enough and extensive enough and articulating enough that to prove your identity for voter ID, we would accept a lot of stuff. So what they did is, the Inquirer and others, they made it that people didn't have their birth certificate. They're 90 now. What are they going to do? And it won the day on public sentiment. So as I understand it, it's a proof of citizenship here. It's not as demanding of you have to have just one document or we're not going to let you vote. And that's the point of emphasis here, that this should be pretty easy to determine a non-citizen.
Right. And I was involved in all those voter ID fights and people saying, oh, these people were born in the South and they were born in midwives and they don't have birth certificates. But as each day goes by, that becomes less and less of an issue because there's less people alive who were born that way. So a lot of those arguments will really go by the wayside. But I really like the fact that the Trump administration, and this is a continuation of the campaign, is bringing this issue to the forefront. But you're right, Dom, the legislators have to craft good laws that can't be attacked in court. And when our legislature here in Pennsylvania, continues to propose laws, they have to be good, solid laws that to the extent that they can will survive a court challenge.
Well, that's why they ought to consult with you. Now, I'm consulting with you. We showed footage on our YouTube channel because of the draft tonight, Linda, of the governor of Wisconsin. Oh my God, throwing a football. Yeah, I don't know how this guy got elected. And then we showed Trump throwing it. Then we showed me throwing it. And the first was an easy throw when we had the big event that you were at. You were on the featured guest. But you didn't stop me on the second, even though there could have been bodily harm or damage there.
I don't fault Linda because that first throw, you would think that you have the ability.
That's her defense.
The first throw was decent enough where I wouldn't step in either.
I thought she should, as an officer of the court, jump up and say, Dom, can I talk with you on this, at least as your attorney here? No, she wanted me to go down the tubes.
Could happen, like liability.
Yes,
Linda? Come
exactly.
on.
Yes, Linda.
Dom, I cannot follow you around and protect you from every stupid decision that you make. Additionally, I don't remember you paying me any money, and to get that type of advice from me, you're going to have to really pony up. So,
well, now, wait a minute. Dan,
expect-
do we have footage of that? I
from-
think we can play that on YouTube tomorrow. Linda and her guest that she brought drinking from my bottle of wine that was $108.
I think
that's a smoking gun.
Henry, play it without the volume. Because I don't think
we have that.
Well, you can kind of see it a little bit there.
Linda, here you go, Linda. I think that's payment in kind.
You see Linda's right there in the front, youtube.com/@WPHT.
We have it. $108 bottle of wine.
Uh-huh.
First of all, you offered that to me as congratulations for all the work that I did along with my team. I was sitting there with Jody Felice, who did such a great job in Philly. So, no, that was not payment. No, Dom, if you think that you can wiggle your way around an argument with me, you are so sadly mistaken, which is why you refuse to schedule a debate because you are so afraid.
If you can get down the mulligans, we will do it even on Dom Giordano Day. I can't lose on that day. And we will line up at the bar, Johnny. 11 jury members, Dan, at the bar. Now, I will buy them all a drink before it, but that will have nothing to do with their decision.
Wait, what day is Mulligan's? What's the date?
June 20th.
Ooh.
Okay, I'll put it on my calendar.
Uh-oh, here we go.
We expect you to stay after you lose the debate for another hour to help entertain everything. Exactly.
You really, Tom, if you're ready to be embarrassed in front of all of your listeners, that's fine with me.
Oh, absolutely.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
I mean, you didn't pass the bar exam. Please just remember that. You can be on the radio and tell people that you went to law school and you have all this legal talent, but it'll all show up in this debate, Tom. So just be afraid.
All right, Dan, I'm going to brush up on estoppel. I'm going to be using that day. Linda knows that, it's just an ipso facto term.
Is that going to be your tactic, just to throw out words that you heard on Law and Order and think that you're going to just snow everybody?
No, I still have I told you I won the moot court competition at Rutgers. Now, are you besmirching Rutgers School of Law there?
I'm besmirching you. You never passed the bar. Come on.
But the moot court. Come on.
How many years ago was that, Tom?
30, maybe.
Yeah, I think
objection, kind sir.
Maybe 30. Yes.
I think that's way past its sell-by date. But I do want to thank you and Dan for keeping these voting issues on the forefront with your listeners. It's so important, and I cannot thank you enough because this is my love, voting and elections and ballots, and the fact that you keep reminding our listeners about it is just really
Linda,
amazing.
Thank you. Thanks for keeping us aware of it and the work that you're doing on this. And I meant that. They have to consult with you because you get to the court of public opinion part of this. That's where I tried with Corbett. They didn't get it. The media said, it would cost too much to take a picture. And I told them, invest $100,000. Drive with them. Have vans, mobile vans, taking pictures for people. They tell you wherever they want, take their picture right there for free. Do an album for them, whatever they want. Couldn't do it.
You're right.
The media beat them. Yep.
There's a way. And most people do want voter ID, so I think that we're eventually going to win this battle. I don't know how long it's going to take. And here in Pennsylvania, we have to elect a Republican governor, so let's just hope we have a really good candidate.
Now, Linda, you're not able to endorse or whatever, right? But I do think we have one there. I mean, do you do that? Did you ever endorse, or is that outside the bounds of what you do?
I mean, I don't usually do it. I like it. I heard Stacey Garrity speak at the leadership conference, and I was so impressed. I'm always impressed every time I hear her speak. I think that she's really, really strong, and I hope that Pennsylvanians really sit up and take notice and kind of follow her career and see what she's doing. And I think that they'll like what they see. But hey, if somebody else, puts their hat in the ring, I'd love to hear what they have to say too. But right now, we have a great one in Stacey Garrity.
We couldn't agree more. Let's use your influence, mine too. She's got to come to Philadelphia, name recognition, getting it out of here. She's a fighter. She's a character. And she agrees with me 99% of the time. So there's that.
I mean, why even have an election? Let's just install
All right,
her
Dan,
with your law degree with no law license.
Can you see the juror members sitting there with vodkas at?
Oh, it's gonna be great.
They might vote on anything. They might vote to execute one of us. Who knows at the end of this?
Yeah, but I need to be involved in who picks these jury members. You can't stack the jury with Dom Giordano.
Selection process.
Well, I think Rose there. Rose should be a jury member.
Joe of Columbus.
Absolutely not.
David Somerset.
I don't know about Dan. He could go either way here.
I'm biased towards Linda. If anything.
Yeah, I would put Jim Kelly ought to be on there. Henry, I'm not sure about either. Anything can happen.
I'd be fair and impartial.
Well, we don't want that. Come on now, stop
The only producer, Matt DeSantis, has to be a jury member. He
it.
loves Linda.
Matt would vote for me in a heartbeat. We're buddies.
No
doubt. He would vote against you. Okay,
Matt's
Matt.
my number one fan.
We'll get Matt there. We can work on that. Matt, just remember where you work. That's all.
How did I get called?
Linda Kearns doesn't have any sway here, Matt. Remember that. See, all he does. All right. Linda, thank you. Thanks very much.
Dom.
Dan, people are already renting hotel rooms, I told you, when you were out that one time. One woman, blue-haired and tattooed, renting hotel rooms at the Apollo for Dom Giordano Day.
Yeah, you're really filling up the town, Dom.
Oh, yeah. Well, Scott Presser will be there. I hope the great Joe Conklin will. And I would love, just for the jury part, can you see those people there at Mulligan's lining up to be jury members?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Joe of Exton on the jury.
Earl of Tacony. You know who I went on the jury? My buddy Drew of Darby. I know he's going to vote against Linda Kearns. There's no doubt.
We'll be hearing some of these names after the break.
I don't trust Roe. Roe would go whoever she thought legitimately won. You can't trust her. She wouldn't go with anything else.
That's what you want to trust.
No.
Is impartiality.
I want this rig where at least I have 6 that I know going in.
At least you're open about it.
Come on. This is a highly paid Trump lawyer, nationally known, and I'm taking her on, and I haven't been in law school. For how many years?
Yeah. You want to deflate some balls, too?
Yeah, exactly. So
give yourself more of an advantage.
Yeah, let's take a little bit of things here.
Yeah. I love that in that football throwing video, there's a guy dressed in a bear costume, and we played it multiple times now. No one's addressed a guy dressed in a bear costume.
Well, you know what? That is one of I have to give you credit. What a surprise. The guy in the bear costume. I didn't get to outrace him, but that would have happened. He brought the football. At Mulligan's.
Speaking of Bears, Dom, tomorrow at 1 p.m. we got Dawn Fantasia with an update on her Bears situation.
Yes, Dawn Fantasia, one of our favorites out there in Sussex County Rural, on Twitter shows these trash cans that could cost you $500 that you need to have in order to comply in New Jersey so that the bear can't get in them. And she shows what happened when a bear showed up with one of these unbreakable $500 trash. Can you imagine a $500 trash can in Philadelphia?
Sure.
Oh, my God.
They really stood up against
happened?
the bear, yeah.
Yeah, against the bear. But we'll ask her about politics in Jersey and the governor's race and all that. All right, lightning round is next. Hey, first, let me talk for National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. You heard Dr. Bentz with me yesterday calling in as we were in Washington. My friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Group in East Norriton. Let's face it, you hear about dentists all the time, but it's important to know the difference during this week about a regular dentist and a board-certified prosthodontist. Take several exams over the years to become board-certified. Fewer than 0.5% of dentists nationally are board-certified prosthodontists, as Dr. Bentz is. The difference is this. The board-certified prosthodontist is the one who can design a customized plan for your long-term oral health and give you the smile that you've always dreamed of. So if something is bothering you, this is the place to go before it gets worse. From dental implants, I just had one recently with Dr. Bentz. I'll be talking about that. And the on-site lab to the great staff, you will hit the jackpot with the care you will get with Dr. Robert Bentz. So the thing to do is this. Get that initial exam. Call them now at 610-272-6949. Book that appointment today. The website is Bentz Dental Group, BENTZ, BentzDentalGroup.com.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia. So hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair. And they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health. And with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit AudienHearing.com. That's AUDIEN Hearing.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com. From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
These look great on Twitter. Maybe a winner. You got Josh Shapiro on the bench, and you're putting in Tampon Tim Walz. That's particularly, remember, Pennsylvania's a swing state, too. All right. Let's go to Don in Franconia. Don, who's yours?
Yes, thanks for taking my call, Dom. I'm going back to the day after Christmas in 1919, and apparently the owner of the Boston Red Sox was still in the Christmas mood as he sold Babe Ruth
to the Red Sox. That's an all-time good one. Sandy is already a winner today, but Sandy, who do you have?
Oh, I have Chris Christie joining Jerry Jones in the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, man, in Philadelphia, too. We did it once. Joe of Exton, going back to the beginning. Joe, who's yours?
Hello, Dom, and good Easter Thursday. If Adam and Eve had not chosen to eat of the apple, humanity would now be enjoying infinite bliss.
Well put, Joe.
Joe, one more day in the streak. He almost has the combo, Dom.
Of what?
Happy Easter blank.
He says it every day. I don't know why he's
got one more day, Joe. You
one
gotta
more
do it.
day, and you got it. All right, we only have a minute left. So, Henry, who are some contenders to you?
Yeah, let's see here. I really did like Scott Mount Laurel's answer of the 16th Amendment. Not a fan of the taxes and all that stuff. And I liked Earl of Taconi's answer because I think I used it a different time. Hydrogen in aircraft.
Yeah,
why don't we ride in blimps anymore? There's only like 13 left.
Well, it's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, the humanity. Don't fill up with hydrogen then.
All right. Dan, what's yours?
Earl's answer is a fantastic one. But I also really liked Tom and Marlton's answer of prohibition. I think that was an all-time bad decision. I think everyone was willing to admit it when they reversed it,
I'm going with prohibition, too. And he's the first one that got it. I mean, when you have a constitutional amendment to overthrow it, that's pretty bad. And it wrought a lot of trouble. All right, Tom, Hawaiian shirt or not. You're on the jury, by the way, Tom. Wear the Hawaiian shirt. It'll throw her off. This is going to happen on the 20th. All right, Rich Cio's next. 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle. Just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th, 2000.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.